Good morning. I want to call into session the August 9th, 2022 meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors, and we want to welcome all who've joined with us this morning. I see a number of folks in the chambers, and I trust we have folks that are following us on the live broadcast as well. So with that, again, welcome, and I'll turn to Flo Evans to make some important announcements, and then we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance, and we'll get into the order of business, and apologize for a bit of a late start here this morning. Good.
Okay, I'll call roll. Supervisors Cerna?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here.
Desmond? Here. Frost? Here. Natoli?
Here.
And you have a quorum. This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T UVerse cable systems. The meeting is closed captioned and is webcast at metro14live.saccounty.gov. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, August 12th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. The Board of Supervisors fosters public engagement during the meeting and encourages public participation, civility, and use of courteous language. The Board does not condone the use of profanity, vulgar language, gestures, or other inappropriate behavior, including personal attacks or threats directed towards any meeting participant. In compliance with directives of the county, state, and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the meeting will be live streamed and open to public attendance pursuant to health and safety guidelines. The practice of social distancing and wearing of face coverings, mask, or shield is recommended for the health and safety of all persons participating in person during the meeting, although it is not required. Seating is limited and available on a first-come, first-served basis. Members of the public will be given 3 minutes to make a public comment and are limited to making one comment per agenda item or off-agenda matter. Please be mindful of the public comment procedures to avoid being interrupted or disconnected while making your comment. To make a comment in person, please fill out a speaker request form and hand it to clerk staff. The chairperson will open public comments for each agenda item or call for off-agenda matters. When the chairperson calls your name, please come to the podium and make your comment. To make a comment by phone, dial 916-875-2500 and follow the prompts to be placed in queue for a specific agenda item or off-agenda matter. Please refer to the agenda or watch the meeting to follow along to determine when is the best time to call to be placed in queue to make your comment. Clerk staff will transfer calls into the meeting accordingly. Each agenda item queue will remain open until the public comment period is closed for that specific item. You may also be on hold for up to an extended period of time, and your patience is appreciated. You may send written comments by email to boardclerk@saccounty.gov. Your comment will be routed to the board and filed in the record. If you need an accommodation pursuant to the Americans with Disabilities Act or for medical or other reasons, please see clerk staff for assistance or contact the clerk's office at 916-874-5451 or by email at boardclerk@saccounty.gov. Thank you in advance for your courtesy and understanding of the meeting procedures.
Thank you, Flo. And if Supervisor Frost, would you mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance this morning, please? Okay.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. We're going to this time we go to our off-agenda items for items that are not on the agenda.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. But let me just say, are any items to be dropped if folks were here, if we knew in advance? So
the only item that we're dropping is item 36 is a presentation of a resolution.
Okay, very good. So, okay, with that then, let's go to our off-agenda. We have some callers on the line as well.
I do not have callers at this time.
Okay, so I have a number of folks have signed up for off-agenda, a variety of topics, and we'll start out the way these were handed to me. I have Dan Adelholt. Dan? And then I have 3 speakers on another matter, and I'll call those next. So.
Is that Andy?
No, Andy, you'll be next. You're going to be next, Andy. It's Dan Adderholt, and then I have Andy O'Hara next. So, great. Dan, good morning.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm here today for several reasons. One, American River homeless crews are being told you guys are passing an ordinance tomorrow making it legal to be on the parkway, period, before homes are provided for the homeless of American River homeless crews out there, which you guys promised we could get homes for the homeless and their pets. And another thing that's going on the parkway right now is we're being told that they only can have one pet. And we've been through this before, but now it's become a reality. I checked and checked, and I did my research. Emily Hawkins, she's doing her best to help the homeless. I'm not knocking what she's doing, but we got to come up with a better plan, because the average homeless person out there has 3 to 4 dogs, like I've stated before, and these homeless pets deserve to be with their owners, not be put down or put somewhere else. The shelters here don't have the funding nor the capacity to hold all these animals, and they keep saying that there are no animals going to die. I keep hearing this, but what are you going to do with 89,000 dogs? There's no home for them. There's no adoption for them. There's nothing. As a matter of fact, the foster homes are all full. I did my research. There is no foster homes. As a matter of fact, recently, Front Street and all of them are trying to clear out their shelters for the animals and stuff. What I'm getting at is my American Homes crews are really outraged, because we just found out that Park and Rec is trying to pass the ordinance where they can't be on the parkway tomorrow. That's a direct violation of Boise versus Martin, because you can't provide them a home. You guys don't have the housing for them to have a home right now. And Don, you know as well as I do, and Phil Cerna, you know as well as I do, and Des, you guys know as well as I do that the American Homes crew is out there clean every day. The parkway is not destroyed, as everybody's trying to make it sound like. I made video after video. I sent you guys links showing you the parkway, and I'm welcoming you guys to come out to the parkway. It's clean. We keep it clean. And matter of fact, when hoarders are there, my American Homes crew warned them to keep their camps clean, or they have to leave. And several hoarders had to leave because they weren't keeping their camps clean. And the homeless council have every right to tell the homeless they have to leave. That person there has to leave if they're ruining it for everyone else. And we've been doing that for over 9 years down on River Parkway. And that's how we've been keeping it clean and safe, or keeping the people with the mental conditions of having hoarding off the parkway. And we're working our way all the way down the Watt Avenue right now. And we're trying to get there as fast as we can, because the trash there is building up pretty bad. And right now, what I'm getting at is we need to work together, not against each other, with this ordinance. And as far as I knew, the ordinance wasn't even done yet. We did a Zoom meeting, and we didn't get far. Matter of fact, my American Homes crews were under attack crazy over that Zoom meeting, you know. But you know what? We need to come up with a better solution in this ordinance right now, because the ordinance right now is only making it probably even worse. It's not helping. It's just going to cause chaos. And death of many animals is not right. And I only got 19 seconds. I'm begging you guys, man, please stop this ordinance being passed until adequate homes are available, because it is a direct violation of Boise versus Martin. But also, you guys are attacking America, where homeless crew are the ones who actually saved that important infrastructure you guys are trying to protect. My crews are the ones, not Park and Rec. My crews are the ones who are out there cleaning and saving the American River Parkway all those years before Park and Rec had the money to save it. Now we're working together beautifully with Park and Rec. I just don't understand why the Parkway is all of a sudden center of attention of getting everybody off when it's clean and safe out there. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. And you know, tomorrow at 2 o'clock, we'll be back in session talking about the very item you just referenced. So, and that information is available. The draft ordinance is up on our website. So if you need to get a copy of that, Dan, that is available, so you can see actually what's going to be presented tomorrow. Okay, good. Thanks, Dan. Okay, now Andy O'Hara, and then Andy will be followed by Susan O'Hara and Susan Abrams. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you. Before I begin, I wanted to ask the board if it would be acceptable to, rather than timing us as individuals, to perhaps put our times into one bulk.
How about I get 10 minutes for the three of you? Does that work? Just 10 minutes for the three of you? Does that work?
How many?
10 minutes for three of you?
That would be great.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
You bet. Just give me a second here, and I'll do that.
Well, just to begin, we're here specifically about Alta Arden Expressway. And our main theme is the homeless and lives being lost on all of our county roads around the county, something that all of us need to pay some attention to. We're not here to speak about getting rid of the homeless. We're aware of all the complaints about multiple things, and we can't address everything. We know this is a long-term problem that's going to last for many years and cost millions and millions more dollars. But there is one thing we can do, and that is address the issue of safety for the homeless and for motorists on our highways, especially the higher speed ones. I hate to sound harsh, but I have to mention to Supervisor Desmond, I don't know if you're aware that we've been writing to you well over a year, and we've received no response. We did get one phone call from one of your assistants, a pleasant conversation, but basically saying there's nothing anybody can do. I'm hoping that things have progressed since then, and that maybe there are some things. We're aware of the county ordinance amendment that's in the works, and we wanted to make a suggestion on that.
Okay.
Again, it does affect not just our roadway, though it's dangerous, and we want to point that out, but all of your roadways on the county that are operating at higher speeds. We're talking 50 to 60 feet per second. And some of these roadways, particularly Arden Expressway, are just inches or a couple of feet from the roadway. And stuff ends up coming out in the roadway. We see their dogs running out in the roadway. These are, forgive the term, hardened individuals who have been there a long time and have no intention of leaving. There's cars that are parking in the traffic lane to get out and deal in the merchandise, especially bikes and so forth. And we see a lot of other stuff going on at the camps. But we warned, as an example, we last year warned our supervisor about a problem in one of our curves between Wright Street and Fulton Avenue that we saw as very dangerous, and we've watched it, and we were very concerned that somebody was going to lose their life in that curve. Nothing happened, and sure enough, after a time, a car ran off the road, hit a tent, and ran over it, and killed the homeless occupant. So there is danger out here to these people. These are huge, sprawling, and by all appearances, permanent camps out there. And they just, well, I'll say that like the supervisor of our district, I'm a retired highway patrolman also, so you're stuck with two of us. But we can recognize, and I'm sure you can too, traffic danger when to life and limb exists. I'll finish up with this, to be brief, and that is that we'd like to see, we've read your amendment to Chapter 9.120, and we like the progress that's being made. We wish you well with the courts on it. It does lay out some specific criteria that we find very acceptable and workable. The suggestion we have is that you add a couple of lines to one of the pages, including highways, as defined by the vehicle code, in your critical infrastructure. The others that are identified specifically in the amendment, libraries are important. Yes, they are. But highways can cost lives. And that both to motorists and the homeless, and we have an obligation to protect them. We did make some suggested wording. I don't know if the board is interested. I have copies for everyone. If you are, we'd love to see it reviewed. We're not lawyers, so the wording needs some help, but we think it's very important. Yes, highways are critical to our infrastructure. To people getting around, to people, the military, the police, and all kinds of things. So I'll just finish by saying I hope you look it over. And what we like to say is that helping the homeless does not include leaving them in danger.
Okay.
And we hope you'll heed that.
Thank you. Thank you, Andy. We do have a Supervisor Cerna.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I know that there are other speakers in your group, so I don't want to interrupt too much your flow, sir. But and this is an off-agenda item, so we can only speak very briefly to the matter. But just one question for our county council. I suspect the answer is to the suggestion. The response to the suggestion that we include highways might be problematic in terms of jurisdiction.
I guess it depends on what the definition of highway is. I don't know if the speaker is referring to Alta Arden as a highway or a street, but yes, to answer your question, there would be some problems to it about enforcement if it's not within the county's jurisdiction. And I was going to be prepared to address this tomorrow, but streets and sidewalks are already covered within the county code. It's just a matter of enforcement and the associated risks of that.
Great, thank you.
If I might point out, in response to that, I have to say that the Highway Patrol is very responsive to working with counties. And while this is a big change for them, I'm sure they'd be happy to discuss it with the board or your staff and see what could be arranged as far as looking for serious problems. But we do feel it should be included, and I'll leave it at that.
Well, thanks, Andy. Again, if you have any written information, certainly can leave that. And we're going to be, as you just have referenced in your comments in council, we're going to be in session again tomorrow, starting at 2:00. And
We'll be unable to attend.
Yeah, but that's good. But anyway, your suggestions and your commentary on that, of those that are going to follow you, is important. So if you'll leave a copy of that, so we can at least have that for purposes of conversation as we actually dive into the issue tomorrow. So that would be helpful. So
Thank you very much. And where can I leave this?
just if you give it to the clerk, she'll make sure we all get a copy of it. And
Thank you, sir.
again, but thank you. All right, Andy's now followed by Susan O'Hara. Susan?
Microphone? Hand.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. Good morning.
Good morning, yes. We want to emphasize that our point in being here today is safety and the homeless. There are many other reasons people are begging for your help, and all of them have merit. Thousands of your constituents are being vandalized, frightened, exposed to health hazards, trespassed upon, and kept awake by these encampments. They are met by a lack of adequate response and spotty measures that do little or nothing to solve their problems. We are addressing safety because it's an issue that affects us all, the homeless and the general public. If there is nothing else we can do, certainly we can protect the lives and safety of all on these higher speed roadways and expressways. A good example is Alta Arden Expressway, where we live. Speeds here are 45 to 60 miles an hour, and the homeless are in danger because of it. While it may seem like a baby step, at least this one simple thing we can do. One must wonder, how anyone can object to protecting the homeless from harm. The paltry measures being taken today, whether a few hundred little houses or temporary motel lodging or campgrounds, will do little to get 10,000 homeless people off the streets. Instead of the hit and miss responses, we can act in the area of safety. We suggest you make the change we have brought to you for your county ordinance to make expressways that are 45 miles per hour and up be considered like highways are, that they can't have people walking around on them and camping on them. Some campers will have to be told to move for their safety, like Alta Arden Expressway. We're asking you to take that one step, then perhaps we can free ourselves enough to address some of the other problems. Please remember that helping the homeless does not include placing them in danger. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan, for your comments as well. And next we have another Susan Abrams.
morning.
Good morning, Susan.
How are you all?
Doing pretty well.
Are you getting tired of hearing about all of us telling you what you need to do about the homeless?
No, that's our job.
Well, I know that, and I vote.
Okay.
I'm going to take about a minute to say thank you for what you have done, but we still need to do a whole bunch more. That area of Wide Away and Wright Street just off Alta Arden Expressway is also designated as a senior zone. So in addition to the safety of the homeless people living on Alta Arden, the seniors who live in that area are also very much at risk. Former member of the Adult and Aging Commission, I was also former board president of Paratransit, and I am very concerned about our disabled people, our homeless people, people who don't have a voice, and I want to be that voice. We want to be that voice. I'm here to support what Susan and Andy just shared with you, so thank you for your time. We want to hear from you. We want action. We don't want words. We want you to get some of that money from the governor and put it in our county. We are the state capital. We now have American Cruise Lines starting in San Francisco, coming to Sacramento. They are an international organization. Commerce, I know, is very important to everybody. And they're going to charge $6,000 a person to go on that cruise, to come to our capital. We have so many homeless people here. Are they going to enjoy that visit to the capital? On that message note, I will say thank you again for your time, and I could obviously say a whole lot more about how I feel about this, but it's about the facts. You've got the information. How many people homeless are women and children? How many are older people? I don't ever see those statistics. Mostly the people I see are men. So it would be accountable to let us know who all these people are, not just that they're homeless or unhoused. So thank you again.
Thank you, Susan. Susan, I would just say that I was just going to say that the point in time count had a pretty good breakdown. Again, it was a point in time, but the makeup of the homeless population. And so I think either we can make sure through the clerk to get you a copy of that, and or it's available, I'm sure, up on the website for Sacramento Steps Forward. Okay, we'll try and help.
Did you check the Sacramento Steps Forward website?
I'm 80 years old, thank you, and my
We have one.
skills are good, but they're not super great. So anything you can support me with, that would be wonderful.
We've got your contact information. We'll see to it that we get it to you. So, okay, thanks, Susan.
You don't look 80. You do not look 80. You look a lot younger.
Thank you, Susan. Thanks for your service on the Paratransit Board. I remember you from a number of years ago. So, okay, Margaret Cleese, I think, is that correct? Cleese? Oh, Margaret, and with the same group here. So, and then a Supervisor Desmond.
Yeah.
But this lady's with the same group.
Is she on Alta Arden too?
Yes, she is. Go ahead.
Hi there. I didn't come prepared because I didn't know I'd have an opportunity to speak. I live in the Alta Arden condos as they do. Alta Arden Expressway is not a safe place for homeless to be living. I feel for my own safety because I don't walk around my community because not only am I concerned about traffic, but I'm concerned about the homeless. I don't trust what they will do or won't do. They are spreading tremendously. The camps are getting larger. They have broken into our side gates in our condominium complex and come in. I've watched them bring their shopping carts in and dump in our dumpsters. I can't say anything to them because I don't trust that they're not going to do something to me personally. I feel bad that someone has lost their life because of traffic on that road out there, but there has to be a better place for them. And I've only lived there about 2.5 years now, and it has been a huge concern for me because I'm concerned about my property values. They are literally right outside our gates, right outside our fences. And I'm at a loss for words. because I believe something has to be done before any more of them are killed due to the cars. And I'm also concerned for the safety of the residents of our condominium complex. We have a lot of, senior citizens in our complex, and I'm sure they want to go out walking too, but we're limited to our condominium area. I won't walk to the Target that is a block away from me because I'm concerned for my own safety. My husband won't let me walk. So that's all I needed to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Margaret. Thank you for being here. Thanks to O'Hara's and Susan Abram as well. So I know Supervisor Desmond wanted to weigh in. Supervisor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first, I want to start. I know this is an off agenda, so we're not going to get too much into it. But I want to first thank you for coming. Andy, I will take issue with what you said. My staff has been in contact with you multiple times, not just the one time. A Facebook post is not the same as contacting my office. And we have been working on this. County staff can attest to it that I am constantly, and my staff, pulling our hair out, what's left of it, to try to address the situation on Alta-Arden. It is horrible, and it's a unique situation. By and large, it's unique because of the speeds on that roadway, that it is an expressway. But, ma'am, I think Margaret's your name. What you mentioned about the impact it's having on you and your kind of daily activities, I mean, there are thousands of people that would relay the exact same story that you're relaying to us. And I can tell you I and every member of this board are hyper-focused on doing everything we can, and it is beyond frustrating. One thing that I'd like to talk about, and I talk with the Highway Patrol every week, if not multiple times a week. I talk with the Sheriff's Department multiple times a week, talk with our county encampment teams multiple times a week about these Alta-Arden sites. There have been cleanups there, but what good does that do? Because none of the encampments get moved. I share your concerns about the traffic safety. I mean, I think as you saw over the past few weeks, they were pushed back a little bit from the fog line, from the shoulder line, but it is still, they start migrating back towards the traffic lane. I'm aware. I drive by it almost every day. And I do think that by just the very nature of that roadway, it's unique. It's not the same as an encampment that's on a curb. There was someone who was killed there. They were hit by a DUI driver. I've talked to the CHP about that in depth, and I agree with you. It is an ongoing traffic safety hazard. But beyond that, those encampments there, because of the size, I think they have become a public health hazard as well, and I think they should be evaluated from that perspective. They are interfering with the residents and businesses that they back up to in terms of things being thrown over the fence, in terms of the impact to the lives of the people living back there. And this is the dynamic that we're seeing more and more across the county, where we didn't before have quite as much of an intersection and a conflict between the encampments and people in their actual homes. We're seeing a lot more of that. And I don't know if the ordinances that we're contemplating get at this, but I think there are other tools that we have at our disposal to be able to move camps that are either a public safety hazard or a public health hazard. I will continue having those discussions with our county staff and our county council, but also keep in mind that this board, any local government that's dealing with this issue, our hands are tied. We're very limited on some of the things we can do because of state law that doesn't give us, I think, enough authority to be able to leverage people into services that they need to change their lives. And with us in the unincorporated county, another factor to keep in mind is that sometimes this is a law enforcement matter. We don't have control over the day-to-day operations of the Sheriff's Department either. So we're also beating the drum with the Sheriff's Department to make sure that as they get more staffing and recover from COVID, that they will dedicate the resources that this board has committed to for some of these homelessness efforts. But I'll wrap it up there. I mean, I think you may have seen, maybe you haven't, that some of the court decisions we're dealing with not just the Boise versus Martin case, this overarching case, but there was just recently a case out of Alameda County where Caltrans wanted to clear some encampments along, I think it was the 880 freeway. And Caltrans wanted to clear them because they believed that they were an immediate traffic safety hazard, analogous in a way to what we're seeing on Alta Arden. And a federal judge said, no, you cannot clear those encampments. And even the governor was critical of that decision because of how our hands are tied. So I don't want to be up here continuing to make excuses every day. But it is frustrating and it's maddening. And I hear you. I share your concerns. I share your sleepless nights about this. And we're going to keep trying to find ways we can do something about this. And that's my commitment to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. Supervisor Cerna?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Desmond, for articulating, I think, much of what we all feel about not just our respective districts and the common challenges that we have on the subject of the impacts associated with folks that are, thinking that their only option is to camp in dangerous situations, whether it be encroaching on roadways or in the heat of summer, unsheltered, and so many other different circumstances that I think we can all agree are not acceptable. I would just like to say that we now know that our hot teams, I believe our hot teams are being, the personnel requirements for those hot teams, I believe, have been satisfied in the last week or two. Maybe the county executive can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that or Mr. Jones, who's come to the microphone, but I believe they've been filled and are ready to be deployed. And I don't know if there is a priority list of places in the unincorporated county that they are going to be deployed to first. But, now we've heard from this group along Alta Arden. A couple of meetings ago, we heard from a group in near Gold River with very similar grievances and concerns. But if we haven't put together a priority list yet, based on what we're hearing from our constituents, including what we hear here in chambers, I think that is incumbent on us to do that. And again, I've said it before, this supervisor is very willing and ready to find, the right case, so to speak, to maybe challenge Boise a bit, especially when it comes to a public safety issue that is glaring, like folks that are encroaching onto high-speed roadways. So those are my two comments. I don't know if Mr. Jones wants to respond.
Yeah. Eric?
Yes, good morning, Chair, Board. Eric Jones, Deputy County Executive for Public Safety and Justice. So as you're aware, the hot teams were temporarily, that's the homeless outreach teams by the Sheriff's Office, temporarily suspended due to some staffing emergencies. They have been reinitiated. They're not up to their full staffing. They anticipated for about 11 total. That's anticipated to be within the next few weeks, but the teams are back and active, and we are working with them to prioritize locations because, as you mentioned, there are so many, and some of those prioritizations are criteria are things like blocking ingress, egress, blocking traffic, things that are actually outside just an encampment, but other law or other violations that are going on. We're prioritizing those with the Sheriff's Office.
In an instance like this, though, what are we armed with in terms of not just as Mr. Desmond said, cleaning up the encampments, but actually moving the folks from that dangerous situation? I mean, to me, it's a different call to action when people's lives are at risk.
Yes, Supervisor Stern, I would agree that is a high prioritization, as mentioned here today, of everyone's safety, both those traveling the roadway as well as those who are in these areas. So that's why it's my opinion that those need to take top priority. We're also examining, and as I think will be discussed probably tomorrow as well, other prioritization things such as extreme fire hazards. So we're working with Metro Fire and as well as park rangers along the American River Parkway to determine which areas need to be prioritized first.
And if I can add to that, Supervisor Cerna, we will also be once we have prioritized locations for the HOT team, we'll also be conducting engagement and outreach with the folks in those camps to offer alternatives. Now, we will not have an alternative for every single person, but we will be offering services, resources, motel vouchers, potential shelter, so that they do have someplace else to go.
All right, I'll just end with, it's getting extremely exhausting. Every single one of these meetings begins the same way. And it's, you could hear it in the voice of Supervisor Desmond. Hopefully you can hear it in my frustration and others on this board. But it's getting old, real fast. And we have to do something different. I know that the bulk of the conversation around the subject is reserved for tomorrow, but because, these folks took the time to come down and address us today, I feel obligated just to explain how I'm feeling, and it's not good. It's very frustrating to sit up here and give excuses because we're bound by, lousy court decisions or other, excuses. Because it leaves us not being able to serve the people that we represent, and that's not my job description. It's not why I'm doing this for going on 12 years. So I'll just leave it there.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Okay. Again, thanks to my colleagues. Thank you for the folks that are here. We'll be back on this topic specifically tomorrow, and certainly take into account your commentary. And as Supervisor Cerna and Desmond alluded to, we've heard from any number of folks on various aspects of the issue over many weeks and months now. So we'll be back in chambers tomorrow at 2 o'clock. You're welcome to tune in. I, again, appreciate you being here today. So. All right, we have some additional off-agenda speakers, I believe, on different topics here. And so I'm, again, going to order. These were handed to me. I have, is it Wang Tam? Is that correct? And then followed by Alex Hampf, I believe, or Hampy. Good morning.
Good morning, Boss Supervisor. How are you?
Doing good.
My name is Wing Tam, working in the construction for a few years. Also live in Sacramento for 10 years. So I have several things to talk about today. So Apprenticeship Program. So I come from China. When I come to here, I cannot find a good wages job. So I joined the carpenter trade, being apprentices, to start my career and livable wages to live in, starting my American life. So prevailing wages is really helpful for local construction worker for affordable living in the local and reducing all this homeless crisis. So local hiring can be make this city greener and reducing all this carbon emission and reducing traffic. Healthcare is really important, not just only for us and my family, also my spouse and my child. And then the last thing is prevailing wages, because right now the economy crisis is cost of living is extremely high. So we need more local hiring with the good wages. Thank you for leaving me in here.
Great. Thank you for being with us, Wayne. Thank you very much. We're glad to hear your comments. Okay, so next is Alex, I believe. And then Alex will be followed by Giovanni. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Alexander Hampton. I'm a local 46 carpenter out here in Sacramento. I lived in Sacramento for about 44 years. And went to high school here, had a good life here. I would encourage more construction here in Sacramento because I went through an apprenticeship program and graduated from here. I want to share a short story of how apprenticeship helped as well as being a carpenter. My mother, her birthday is today. She turned 74.
Happy birthday,
And-
Mom. Your
thank
son
you.
just told your age
Thank
over the air, though.
Yeah, so she in 2020, right before the pandemic, she suffered dementia. And so I had to get her into a care home because most likely as a construction worker, we work out of town. Now, when I put her in the care home, she had a stroke. So the care went up. So luckily, the money I'm making helped me support her. Now she's doing well,
Good.
and that's the importance of construction here. I was able to get a job here in Sacramento, building the Nimbus Dam fish ladder that you see. I did that work myself there. On top of that, caring for myself and my family is the benefits that I have. It's amazing. Local hire, of course, that's important. Again, just having that job here, the construction here in Sacramento is very, very important to apprentices that are coming up now, so they can actually take care of their families and take care of their loved ones like my mother and so on. So just whenever we have a project here in Sacramento, think about that so we can also build and take care of our elderly and also our children. And thank you very much for giving me the time to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex, and thanks for sharing. And once again, happy birthday to your mother. So it's great. Okay, so next, Giovanni Ottolini, and then Giovanni's followed by Andrew Dawkins. Good morning.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Giovanni Ottolini. I'm a field rep for the Carpenters 46 in Sacramento. I've also been a Sacramento area carpenter since 1997. I'm encouraged by the idea of bringing more development to the Sacramento area at a time when there are more dilapidated buildings and homeless than ever in our community. However, I find it disheartening that there's a lack of projects in our community willing to pay area standard wages with health care coverage. It's a slap in the face to our skilled blue-collar workers and apprentices that are forced to drive hours away to the Bay Area to find work that pays a livable wage and health benefits. We are the capital city, and we should be setting the example and be the standard of what is doing right for blue-collar families. I would kindly ask that the supervisors please consider adopting a requirement that proposed developments pay area standard carpenter wages, health care coverage, and a commitment to hire local carpenters and tradesmen, including apprentices. I have personally benefited from a state-approved apprenticeship program, and my quality of life is better because of it. Apprenticeship programs give those without the opportunity to attend college the ability to acquire skills that lead to good-paying jobs and a shot at the American dream. These developers will never do the right thing and pay area standard wages on their own. With your leadership, we can send a message to all developers that the Sacramento area will not stand for the exploitation of carpenters, skilled tradesmen, and apprentices so they can increase their profits. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak. Have a good day.
Thank you, Giovanni. Okay, and next, Andrew Dawkins.
Good morning, County Board members, members of the community. My name is Andrew Dawkins. I myself am a member of the local 46 Carpenters Union. I want to speak on behalf of the NorCal Carpenters and the positives of apprenticeship, as I myself have had the wonderful opportunity of being given an opportunity here to attend an apprenticeship and graduate in the year 2001. I would like to address the fact that, as of now, we need to think about the future generations. The decisions that are made today can have big impacts in tomorrow, so this is why I want to promote the concept of apprenticeships, is to keep our trades alive and well and to create opportunities for the American dream for the generations to come. In addition to that, it's a very important thing that they are provided with health care, because as we are evolving through life and getting older, we need to depend on the next generation to support us in our retirement years. I'd like to thank all of you for your time and consideration on this matter, and thank you for allowing me to speak. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Andrew. Well, thanks to each of you. In addition to being, I'm sure, excellent carpenters, you're all very well spoken as well. So thank you all for being here this morning and sharing your thoughts about what it's meant to you and certainly what it means to people in this community. So, okay. with that, those are the last, the folks off agenda that I have signed up. Do we have folks on the phone?
We do not have any calls.
Okay. So I have some other speaker forms for items that are on the agenda, and we'll get to those in a moment. But was there anybody else that wished to address the board on any item that's not on the agenda this morning? Okay. All right. Seeing none then, so we'll close the off-agenda portion and move to our agenda. I know we have speakers on several items, but we'll have you call the calendar, and then we'll go to board members first.
So you have consent matters 2 through 35. I do not have any notes for you today.
Okay. All right. With that, board members, any items you wish to pull off the consent calendar? We have some speakers on some items. So, Supervisor Stern?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually have a number of questions on 3 items and comments on 3 items.
Okay.
They'll be brief, I promise.
No, that's right. It's okay. All right. Go ahead.
All right. So the first is item number 5.
Excuse me just one second. So do we have a class here today? Do we want to introduce our class before they all exit? Was there an instructor here? Yeah, before you all get away. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Phil.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we would love to have you come to the podium and introduce your class if you'd like to. Come on down.
Microphone.
Yeah. Catch you a little bit off guard, but again, we always like to, welcome our visitors. And
we just took them to the lobby. Happy to be here. I'm Erica Manuel, the CEO of the Institute for Local Government. We are so excited to have a crew of high school students with us for 3 weeks this summer, teaching them about local government. So this is our county visit. They got to see the government kind of process in action, and we're headed to the city next. So we just wanted to spend a little bit of time learning about county operations, and thank you all for offering such a great example.
well, we appreciate you being here. So are students from all over the state, or are they from just?
They're only from Sacramento City, and most of them they certainly are all your representatives.
We've got, if they'd like to come down, we could have them introduce ourselves very quickly if they'd like to do that.
Would you guys like to come down?
Now here
There's
they
about
come.
14 of them.
That's all right. We can handle it. Give it a quick.
Come on down.
We'll pause for a moment. It's important that you're here. Come on down, all of you, please.
And tell us what
Tell us
school you're from.
Yeah,
This
right.
one?
Yeah, tell us your name and what school you're from.
I'm Catherine James. I'm from West Campus High School. I'm going to be a junior this coming year, and I'm really interested in government in general.
Great. All right, Catherine, good. We're glad you're here with us. Okay.
I'm Samuel Parker. I go to the Met Sacramento High School, and I'm going to be a senior.
All right, Samuel, good.
Yeah.
Thanks for being with us today.
I'm short. I'm Jerry Stone, and I'm going to be a 10th grader, and I go to Natomas Charter in the PFAA Academy.
All right, Darius, very good. Thanks for being with us.
I'm Eddie Medina, and I'm going to be a junior at Monterey Trail.
Monterey Trails. Okay, very good. Yeah, good. Thank you for being with us.
I'm Avery. I go to the Met Sacramento, and I'm going to be a sophomore.
All right, Avery, thanks for being with us.
Hi, everyone. My name is Maura Perez Lima, and I go to Kit Carson, and I am about to be a senior.
All right, very good. Well, thanks for being with us this morning.
My name is Michael. I'm about to be a junior at Christian Brothers High School.
All right.
Great, Michael.
You hear that, Desmond?
Thanks, Michael.
Hi, I'm Manal Ali. I'm about to be a junior at Intercom High School.
Very good. Well, thank you for being with us this morning. Good morning.
Hi, my name's Janaya, and I'm currently a 10th grader at Grant Union High.
Very good.
Pacers.
All right.
Hi, I'm Matthias, and I'll be a 10th grader at Kit Carson.
All right, Matthias, thanks for being here.
Hi, I'm Luke Brown, and I'm going to be a sophomore at Jesuit.
Very good, Luke. A marauder. There's a marauder. Okay.
All right.
Okay, good morning.
Hi, I'm LaBrea Sharp, and I'm going to be an 11th grader at Grant Union High School.
Very good. Thanks, Brett.
Hello, my name is Lucy Lee, and I'm an incoming junior at John F. Kennedy High School.
All right, Lucy. Very good. Okay, well, we want to, again, certainly extend a welcome, and you're off to the city, but you've had a chance here this morning to see some of what we do. This will be rebroadcast. You can all see yourselves on Channel 14, the cable television. And when's it rebroadcast? Friday night?
Friday, August 12th at 6 p.m.
Okay, Friday, August 12th at 6 p.m. So you can have, all get together and watch yourselves on and see your leader as well. And so anyway, thanks for being here. Certainly feel free to follow up. There's an item that you want to inquire about and or learn more about, and you're welcome back anytime. So and great. Thanks for being here. Have a great day. Thanks. Very good. Okay, Supervisor Cerna. Sorry for the interruption.
So I think the clerk wanted all the items so she can recite them. Question on item 5, comment on item 10, question on item 13, comment on 15, question on 22, comment on 23.
Okay, very good. All right.
I'm earning my keep today. Okay, I'll get them read into the record. 5, approve extension of contracts for unarmed private patrol and security services for the period of September 1 through February 28, 2023 to A1 Protective Services, First Security Services, Intercon Security Systems, National Security Industries and Services, Security Management Group International, and U.S. Security Associates with an estimated maximum cumulative expenditure amount of $2 million for the term of the extension. Item 10, approve the appointment of a nominee to the County Board of Education in lieu of an election. Item 13, authorize the Deputy County Executive or Designee to execute 6 agreements for on-call building plan review, permitting and inspection services from July 1 through June 30th, 2026, with each agreement not to exceed $1,250,000, and to retroactively execute amendments to 2 agreements for a period of 90 days. 15 is a contract for the Sacramento International Airport shuttle bus replacement to electric bus chargers, infrastructure and site improvement project. And 22 is the retroactive authorization to apply for and accept when awarded grant funding from the Board of State and Community Corrections for the Residential Substance Abuse Treatment Program in the amount of $1 million from July 1 through June 30th, 2024. And item 23 is a retroactive authorization to apply for, execute an agreement, and accept $25,000 from the California Commission on the Status of Women and Girls Women's Recovery Response Program grant to provide one-time funding to the Sacramento County Commission on the Status of Women and Girls for the performance period of March 1 through February 28, 2023. And I think I got it all.
Great, thank you, Flo. So on item 5, I don't know if David is the best equipped to answer the questions, but the materials were a little light on this in terms of the board letter. And I wanted to understand whether or not this action we're being asked to take today will affect or includes the added security that we would, that we're calling for specifically for the Safe Stay site at Florin and Power Inn.
Supervisor Cerna, thanks for the question. Jeff Gasaway is online to answer that question for you.
Okay.
This is Jeff Gasaway, Deputy Director of General Services. It should not affect the contracts for that site.
When would there be any contract negotiations for that particular purpose for that site?
So I think we're currently working with the provider and discussing that and coming up with a good neighbor policy and how those services will be provided.
Okay. Will that come back to us for a specific action?
It may. It depends on if they're going to provide those services within their contract or not.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Item 13.
If I could on that, just on that.
What's that?
On that item, I wanted to ask you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just.
Are our microphones on?
Here. Okay. Testing.
I don't think they're working.
So I'm going to ask if Metro Cable can work on the microphones. It looks like we're having some audio issues.
I just had a quick follow-on question. I know in my briefing I, again, asked about in total, and again, I don't expect an answer here at the dais this morning, but what we spend on security services, because this is a piece where we go to the private sector, but we also employ security personnel within the framework of county personnel. We also contract with the sheriff's department and maybe with others that I'm not aware of. I think it would be helpful. I think it would be helpful to know what, as a county, again, recognize the importance of security, certainly to the assets that are held in public trust, our facilities and so forth, but obviously to the folks who are employed in a variety of program and service delivery throughout the county of Sacramento. And so if there, and maybe it's in a budget docket, but I think it's scattered. And if I took from the staff report that one of the reasons for a delay is you're getting multiple inputs from various departments as it relates to what their needs might be and how you best address that in a contract. So my specific request is if we could get a total number for what we expend on security services in the county on an annual basis. I just think it's an important number for folks to know. And again, it's a variety of things. So David, again, I don't expect that. When I talked to Ann yesterday in my briefing, I asked about, because this is only 6 months and this is $2 million and this is only a portion. So
yes, we have given ourselves a task to accomplish that for you as of our conversation
right.
yesterday.
And again, it's not anything that has urgency to it. I just think it's a good point, good portion. I think to Supervisor Stern's question, as we take added measures, that's going to add additional costs. But I think what do we expend annually, and it's buried in a lot of budgets throughout the county. So, all right, thanks. That's all I have. Phil.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
And thanks for I think the microphones are a little better now.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
So on item 13, I'm well aware that there appears to be a great shortage of plan check personnel and inspectors for local building departments. How are we staffed right now? I don't know who's best prepared to address it, but I'm hearing quite a bit from other jurisdictions that they are very distressed in terms of their backlogs for inspections and plan check activities. So I thought this would be a good opportunity to ask the question about where we're at and do we have a similar backlog?
Good morning, Supervisor Serna. We actually do have a bit of a backlog. My name is Greg Mahoney. I'm Chief Building Official. We do have a bit of a backlog, but we're hoping that with the new contracts that we're bringing 6 to you today, that'll increase our capacity to respond to increases in workload. We've had a pretty successful this last recruitment. We've been fairly successful. We're bringing on 2 new plans examiners, which we think will also help us respond to the increase in workload, and we actually are trying to hire an additional plans examiner. So I think we're in good shape. The amount in the budget hasn't increased from last year. It's $700,000 for consulting services. About $1.250 is for the entire length of the contract, which will be 4 years. So I think we're heading in the right direction.
All right, great. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thanks, Greg.
Question on item 22. This is the grant for the residential substance abuse treatment. And I noticed that this is relative to, specifically to those that, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Jones, but those that have been recently released or anticipated to be released from our jail system. And we've been in discussions. When I say we, I mean the executive team around and involved with substance use disorder and behavioral health for months now around establishing a substantive program specific to meth addiction, taking advantage of people's sobriety once they come out of the jail. So is this, what the proceeds from this grant, could they or are they anticipated to be used for that specific purpose?
Yes, once again, Eric Jones, Deputy County Executive, Public Safety. And yes, Supervisor Cerna, it's actually for both in-custody treatment and post-treatment. So it is for both, and it is specific to substance abuse. And the grant goes through the The Sheriff's Office specifically because it came through the Bureau of State Community Corrections.
Do we know yet the specifics of which targeted addictions this would, focus on, whether it's opioids or alcohol or methamphetamine or?
My understanding is this one wasn't so specifically stated. It's for all substance abuse issues.
Okay. And in terms of what's offered when someone is incarcerated and addicted, can you give me an example of what would they be offered? Would this be used for medically assisted treatment for opioids, for instance? Would it be used for counseling for methamphetamine? I mean, is it a 12-step process or, AA process, so to speak, in the jails for those addicted to alcohol? What is it?
That specificity I don't have here today, but I can get that for you.
I'd be very interested to understand what is being offered in our jail system.
Okay. Absolutely.
Thank you. And then I'll proceed with some brief comments, starting with item 10. This is I believe it's an appointment to, or ratifying the appointment for an individual to the County Board of Education. This is Mariana Saviano, and because she is my planning commissioner, I feel obligated to just publicly congratulate her on her new post, serving as an elected member to the Sacramento County Board of Education. So congratulations to her. Item 15, this is the electric chargers and the charging infrastructure out at SMF for our electric bus fleet, our feature fleet. And again, this is subsequent to some of the rulemaking and policies that have been set forth by the California Air Resources Board, which I have the good fortune of serving on. I just wanted to say that this is a good first step towards that objective, and it's a good reminder to the general public that we're doing what we can to help electrify our fleet and pursue zero-emission vehicles out at SMF, and hopefully in the not-too-distant future for the entire county fleet. And then finally, item 23, with regards to the Women's and Girls Commission, I just want to congratulate them on the $25,000 that they're able to acquire from the state to carry out their mission. As everyone, I think, knows on this board, it's a very new commission, but we're already seeing, I think, a lot of thoughtful deliberation on their part to fulfill their mission. And obviously, the action today, I think, underscores the fact that they're not wasting any time at all trying to find the resources necessary to do that. So congratulations to them. So that concludes my questions and comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Stern. I appreciate that. Any other member of the board, any items you wish to call up and or comment on?
I think Supervisor Cerna said it really well. I just wanted to second his comments on the Women's and Children's Women's Commission.
Okay, very good. Thanks, Supervisor Frost. Okay, I know we have speakers on a couple of different items, or at least one on the consent calendar. We have someone on item 11. Do we have folks on the phone as well?
I don't have anyone on the phone.
Okay, so let's go ahead and call item 11. We have three speakers that I have, or actually two speakers on that, and we have one on item 39. So, okay.
Item 11 is the declaration of contest results for the June 7th, 2022 statewide direct primary election.
Okay, so I have two speakers. I have Deborah Woolley and Sarah Solis Matson. So, Deborah. Good morning, Deborah.
Good morning. I am Deborah Woolley. I'm coming to you with the status of one of We the People. I wanted to let you know that I'm serving you due notice of claims and facts so you and your agents can provide due care. I am understanding and have the knowledge that we, the people, created the Constitution. We, the people, can come to you and ask for a redress of grievances and ask for remedy. Whereas, please take notice that all political power is inherent in the people and that government is instituted for the protection, security, and benefit of the people, and they have the right to alter or reform the same whenever the public good require it, and that time is now. Today, your agenda item 11, you're proposing a declaration of contest results for the June 7th, 2022 statewide direct primary election to be approved as a resolution in Sacramento County. Please take notice, as you are already aware, the California Constitution states that it guarantees the people's rights to a just and lawful election process, not just yesterday, today, but into perpetuity. A voter who casts a vote in an election is in accordance with the laws of the state, and those are the ones that shall be counted. In Section 2, in Article 2, Section 2, it states that you will count a United States citizen who is 18 years of age and a resident in this state. They may vote. The privilege and free suffrage shall be supported by laws regulating the elections and prohibiting all undue influence and other improper practice. The maxims of law says that ignorance of facts may be excused, but ignorance of law is not excused, and failure to enforce the law does not change the law. Nothing is so becoming to authority as to live in accordance with the laws. Whereas usimmigration.org defines U.S. Constitution, the U.S. citizen, as a status that entails specific rights, duties, and benefits, there are only two ways to become a United States citizen. One, by a birth, provided that they are born within the territorial limits of the United States, and two, through citizenship of a parent or naturalization. Whereas it has come to my attention from legal counsel at the Department of Motor Vehicles that the California Department of Motor Vehicles does not actually verify with substantive positive proof of documentation of birthplace of U.S. citizenship, natural or naturalized, of any individuals registering to vote in the state of California. The DMV registrant is merely allowed to use the honor system by clicking on a computer screen. You know that.
Deborah, I'm going to need to ask you to kind of conclude your comments. You're almost 4 minutes, so.
Okay. So I wanted to just say, as we the people, I come before you having the right and authority to instruct my representatives and petition my government for a redress of grievances, do hereby direct you, as my public servants, the Sacramento Board of Supervisors, to either pass a different resolution today stating that these election results in Sacramento County are nullified based on the county registrar of voters' inability to comply with Article 2, Section 2, or please step down from this board due to your unwillingness to comply with your oath of office to uphold the Constitution.
Okay. Thank you, Deborah. And we did receive your written materials as well, so thank you. Okay. All right. And now we have Sarah Solis Madsen. Sarah.
Through the chair, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Supervisor Frost.
Thank you, Chair Natoli. I wonder if it's possible. I'm receiving questions about voter integrity, and I've made several calls to our registrar of voters and also to county council who have explained to me the state laws and that we're in compliance based on the laws in California, but I wonder if we can get a report from our registrar of voters to summarize, or maybe county council, I'm not sure who, to just put this to rest, to explain that about the California state laws are different than some other jurisdictions. There is question about several areas of our voting integrity, and I don't know if we can do some kind of an audit or a forensic audit, or if we can look into it, but I would like to begin to open that conversation.
Ann?
We can take a look at what that might look like and get back to you.
As far as a workshop or an audit or forensic audit?
Or we'll consider all of those things and bring back what, in consultation with council and the registrar of voters, we feel is the most appropriate, if that's acceptable.
Thank you.
Good. Thanks, Ann. Okay, Sarah, good morning.
Yes, I'm Sarah, and I want to first, before I officially start, thank you so much, board supervisors. I think that the passion that called you to service and to represent we the people, I really appreciate it. The first time I've ever been to one of these meetings, and I want to say thank you.
Great.
So,
thank you for being here.
Today I am addressing item 11. I'm asking you please to to oppose the consent item for number 11 due to, for the primary particularly, and to other elections as well, because the process was not legal. It was based on using electronic machines and mail-in voting, which is proving to be not constitutional and illegal. There's evidence that is coming forward that will be really evidently visible. Also, we the people are requesting that we return to the time when I was a little girl. My father arrived in this country at 17 years old, and I remember he was a legal resident, but he wanted to become a citizen because he wanted to vote. He wanted to cast a vote. And I was 8 years old. He was my first student. I'm a professor now. And I taught him how to read. I helped him practice the Pledge of Allegiance so he could become a citizen and vote. He was the proudest American I've ever known. He passed away in 1989, but every single election he put on his suit and he'd be prepared and he'd go and vote. It is a right to vote and a privilege to vote. And I implore you, this county of Sacramento, we must follow just laws, not immoral laws. And the bottom line is we must return to voting in person, voting on paper, finding out the results by the end of the night or the next morning. We all wait up in anticipation, waiting to find out who won. This illegal Dominion machinery that is happening, it's unjust, it's illegal, and we must go away from that. And I just implore to you, as we the people, you must represent us. And I'm in this weird little spot. I live in Fair Oaks, and I just got redistricted. So I kind of feel like if I cross the street, I'm over here in this district. If I over here on this side of the street, I'm in this district. So I know some of you guys up there, my representatives. I implore to you, please represent we the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for being here today. Okay. Those are the two commenters on items that were on the consent calendar. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone that's called in?
No callers.
Okay. All right. Then we have the consent calendar. We do have a number of hearing items, obviously, following, but what's the pleasure of the board?
I'll move the consent.
Okay. Do we have a motion? Do we have a second? Okay, it's moved and seconded to approve the consent calendar. If there's nothing further, then please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay. All right. Thank you to all of our speakers, both off agenda and on agenda. And with that, then we're going to move into our timed items for the morning.
Okay, for item 36, I need a motion to drop this item. We will reschedule this at a later time. This is the presentation of resolution congratulating Dave Tamayo upon the occasion of his retirement.
Right. We will reschedule that and
Move the item.
okay. Chair was. Oh.
Unanimous vote. Okay, for item 37, you are acting as the Sacramento Housing Development Corporation. Approval of repayment of California Housing Finance Agency loan on the Riverview Plaza project located at 600 I Street in the city of Sacramento through the acceptance of a 0% interest, 30-year term loan from the Sacramento Housing Authority Repositioning Program to Riverview Plaza Associates.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Board of the Sacramento Housing Development Corporation. My name is Mark Hamilton. I am SHRA's Director of the Rental Assistance Demonstration Program, otherwise known as RAD. I'm here before you this morning to request for the Board's approval of the staff's recommendation for Riverview Plaza Associates LP to accept a loan from the Sacramento Housing Authority Repositioning Program, or SHARP, to pay off an existing California Housing Finance Agency loan in the amount of $869,761.45. I'd like to take a few minutes to provide some background for the project, the steps we've taken to ensure that the project is financially viable, and ultimately the positive benefits that will result from your approval. Riverview Plaza, located at 600 I Street in downtown Sacramento, was developed as a tax credit project back in 1989. The building consists of 123 senior units. The residential portion is owned by the Riverview Plaza Associates, a California limited partnership. Partnership is composed of two entities, the Housing Authority of the City of Sacramento, otherwise known as HACS, as the limited partner, and the Sacramento Housing Development Corporation, SHDC, as the nonprofit general partner. The County Board of Supervisors sits as the board of SHDC. The commercial portion of the building, consisting of the office and the first two floors, and the land, is owned by HACS, or the Housing Authority of the City of Sacramento. I'd also like to introduce the Sacramento Housing Authority Repositioning Program, or SHARP. It is a nonprofit entity created by the Housing Authority to facilitate the development and repositioning of Housing Authority assets as a financial and tax credit structural tool. SHARP's role in this project would be to make this loan as a pre-development loan to be paid when the project is able to financially close on a tax credit conversion. As part of the financing for the development of the project, an agreement was entered into with the California Housing Finance Agency, or CaliCHFA, to provide permanent financing in the form of a 30-year loan in the amount of $932,743.76, accruing at 3% simple interest. This loan fully matured in 2019 and has been extended twice due to the lack of funding needed to pay off the loan. To address that lack of funding, Riverview Plaza Associates has attempted to make the property more economically viable and increase the property's cash flow. Most recently, in 2021, the project was converted to a Section 8 project-based voucher community working in conjunction with the Housing Authority. This allowed for the rents in the building to be increased while not financially impacting the low-income seniors who call the building home. This effort, while positively impacting the development's financial stability, was not enough to secure the needed capital to pay down the outstanding CaliCHFA loan and manage the ongoing maintenance of the aging building. A bond application and a 4% low-income housing tax credit application for the project were submitted to the California Debt Allocation Committee and the California Tax Credit Allocation Committee in the second round of funding in 2021 as a preservation project. While the project scored well, it did not receive credits. Staff will be applying for the second round of 4% credits for the project in August of this year, so this month. This time being packaged with several of the Housing Authority's RAD developments in a project named Central City 2. This addition will make the project's application more competitive and will make it more likely that credits will be awarded. The proposed loan would be a 0% interest loan and would be repaid once the project was approved as a tax credit project. In summary, authorization to enter into this loan from SHARP will allow for Riverview Plaza Associates LP, the partnership of which SHD is a part of, save nearly $1 million in past due interest payments and will be promptly paid back to SHARP at the financial closing for the rehabilitation project. This rehabilitation effort will add at least 20 years of useful life back into this elderly high-rise and place the project in a better financial position. SHDC will be able to exit the partnership with general partner responsibilities transferring to Sharp under a new tax credit partnership. That concludes the presentation.
Okay, great. I did have a question. So and I know I had a briefing yesterday. Could you just briefly describe the rehabilitation? Again, this is important. Certainly compliments to Lachelle and staff for having negotiated with the Housing Finance Authority for the state, and coming to us with what you recommend here today. But what's planned for the rehabilitation of the building?
So we're mainly focused on the residential portion of the building, which are floors 3 through 15. And we will be doing upgrades from elevator improvements to exterior windows, interior residential improvements like flooring, cabinetry, countertops, and just general machinery improvements within the building, including like water systems, HVAC, and things of that nature.
Will the refinancing provide for a fund? It may not be an endowment, may not be the right term for it, but funds available so that, again, elevators get a lot of wear and tear, and when you got a 15-story building, folks are, using those constantly, I would imagine. And I think part of the challenge has been obviously the agency over time has had to take on some significant costs associated, and we had to talk with Lachelle about this yesterday. I remember the $5 million having to recaulk the entire exterior of the building because of leakage and some other damage that was occurring due to weather. So what sort of set aside, that would obviously you're just yet to be determined, but what are you contemplating in the future? You pay off this debt, you go hopefully get some additional tax credit financing. What would be the set aside that would give some assurance that going into the future that your successor, Lachelle's successor, this board's successors would know that property, as you said, you're going to try to extend the life by 20 years, hopefully much longer than that. So.
Right. So part of the project and part of the kind of details working into it is we do a physical needs assessment. And from that physical needs assessment, we build out a replacement reserve. That replacement reserve will be enough to cover at least through that 20 years where we have the end of useful life on some of these building systems. Because even when you do a rehabilitation now, there's still some components that may not last that full 20 years. So that will have a healthy budget associated in that replacement reserve. Fortunately, I don't have the dollar amount.
No, not so much, but is it a percentage of the overall finance package? It is a percentage, but is it a calculated percentage, or is it done based upon more in-depth analysis of the systems and their useful life?
Right. So it's calculated based off of that physical needs assessment, where a professional third party comes in and evaluates the useful life for all the different building components, and they associated a dollar value with those replacements. So we factor that in when we're looking to underwrite the project.
Another question that occurred to me actually after my briefing yesterday, but with the need for additional housing and you concentrating on those floors that were set up for residential as a part of the overall original development, I know at street level struggled to keep the market there, and obviously you have the daycare center that's still there, but I'm just wondering, has there been some thought given to maybe expanding the residential capacity? Again, you don't want to give up on the commercial piece of it, but nonetheless, it's been over the life of that property, pretty familiar. You've had tenants kind of in and out of there, some that have done pretty well, I guess, but run their course. And it sits vacant today and has for some time now. And I think drawing a rent off has been pretty iffy over time as well. So I don't know if you're prepared or Lachelle want to weigh in as to, and I don't know what, again, second floor is what?
So we actually have tenants in the second floor.
Oh, you know, second floor. Okay,
yes.
Yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Those are office space
okay.
there.
Okay.
And then on the ground floor, there is the preschool
Right.
is still there.
Right.
And there is a hair salon that is still there.
Okay.
And the other office are the offices of SHRA. So really what you're seeing vacant is just the corner store. And that's pretty much it. Is that... That's correct.
That's correct.
Okay, so that's the only vacant spot in there. Again, I haven't
Yes.
been inside the building for some time, so okay. All right, those are my questions. Any other comments or questions about the Supervisor Stern?
Do we have any public comment on this? Oh, just in time for the clerk to leave the room.
I don't have anybody signed up, and so I don't know if there's anybody on the phone. Okay, thanks, Lydia. Okay, so no one on the phone, so.
Yeah. So with that, I'll move the item. I had my briefing, and I think Lachelle put it succinctly that this is a very good deal, and we should take advantage of it. So I'm eager to see that this move forward.
Okay, Chair seconded it. Okay, it's been moved and seconded, and Flo's rushing to the vote board. It's okay, thanks, Flo. I could have done a voice vote, and reported it out. That's all right. We get too dependent upon electronics here. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Very good. Thank you, Flo.
Okay, for item 38, you are acting as the Board of Supervisors. This is the Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, hearing in connection with the proposed issuance of revenue bonds by the California Municipal Finance Authority for the benefit of Eschaton Properties, a nonprofit public benefit corporation, in an amount not to exceed $10 million.
Okay, Mr. Bettis.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors.
Morning, Colin.
Colin Bettis, your County Data Officer. Today's Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act hearing is a request from Eschaton Properties Incorporated and the California Municipal Finance Authority, of which the County of Sacramento is a member. The hearing is a request to approve a tax-exempt bond issuance in an amount not to exceed $10 million. Eschaton Properties Incorporated is a nonprofit organization that provides assisted living facilities. Before Eschaton can issue these bonds, federal law requires that a public hearing be held and approval obtained by the jurisdiction in which the project is located. In this case, a portion of the project is located within Sacramento County, and approval is only being sought for the amount of financing required for that portion. Proceeds of this debt issuance will be used to refinance certain outstanding debt related to the Series 2008A variable rate revenue bonds, which financed an assisted living facility owned and operated by the borrower at 3939 Walnut Avenue, Carmichael, California. The financing will support other financing projects located in El Dorado and Placer counties as well, but the requested finance amount of $10 million as part of this TEFRA hearing is for the project located in Sacramento County. These tax-exempt bonds are payable solely by Eschaton and are not a direct obligation of either CMFA or the County of Sacramento. County staff is recommending the board conduct a public hearing and at the close of the hearing adopt a resolution that approves the issuance of bonds by CMFA on behalf of Eschaton. Representatives from Eschaton Properties, Inc. and CMFA are available on the phone to answer any questions you may have. That would be Mark Jenkins of Eschaton and Anthony Stubbs of CMFA. And that concludes this presentation.
Okay, thanks, Colin. All right, let me ask board members any questions of Mr. Bettis or those folks that are on the phone. All right, seeing none, do we have anyone signed up? I'll open the public hearing on this.
We do not have any callers.
Okay, public hearing is open. We have no commenters, so I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the board.
I'll move staff recommendation.
Second.
All right, it's moving second to approve the staff recommendation as outlined. If there's nothing further, then please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Very good. Thanks, Ron.
Thank you.
Okay, next item.
Item 39 is to approve the issuance of the Metro Airpark Community Facility District Number 2001 Special Tax Bonds, Series 2022.
Good morning again. Colin Bettis, the County Debt Officer. The item before you now is the issuance of Metro Airpark Community Facilities District 2000-1 refunding and new money bond issuance. The Metro Airpark CFD 2000-1 was formed to provide the funding mechanism for a portion of the public facilities and improvements required for Metro Airpark to develop. In 2004 and 2007, the county issued CFD bonds in order to facilitate and fund some of the required improvements. Over the past couple of years, the district has seen significant development and the continuation of the construction of public improvements. This significant growth within the area is now allowing for the opportunity to refund the prior privately placed bonds with publicly offered bonds for savings. Along with the refunding component, staff is recommending additional new money bonds that will support additional public improvements in the very near term, which could also be in the form of reimbursements to the property owners, which are required to either construct or fund construction of the proximate public improvements. The 2004 bonds and the 2007 bonds were issued with waiving certain requirements of the county's Special Assessment and Community Facilities District Financing Program local goals and policies, including a resolution requiring a 4/5 vote, waiving the value to lien requirements also included in state law. The other waivers were requirements for letters of credit from the property owners with a value to lien within the district of less than 3-1, and letters of credit from property owners responsible for 10% or more of the annual special tax. The current aggregate or composite value to lien of the properties within the district now stands at approximately 8.31 to 1. This will allow for publicly placed issuance without the requirement of the waivers for the value to lien. Staff recommends waiving the letter of credit requirements for owners of greater than 10% of the relative tax, and to not require properties with a value to lien of less than 3-1 to provide letters of credit as well. In addition to the substantial increase in value, there will be a reserve fund that will be established should there be significant delinquencies in the future. And additionally, it is anticipated that delinquencies will be covered to an extent by the county's TEETR program. However, I'll note that there will be a bond covenant to remove any delinquent properties where the special tax is greater than $100,000 or where the common owner is responsible for $200,000 or more of the special tax that is delinquent. In summary, the refunding is estimated to produce $7.4 million in net present value savings, or 9.5% with regard to the current outstanding bonds. The additional new money component of $40 million will fund a debt service reserve fund, costs of issuance, and approximately $27 million that would be available to continue with additional public facility acquisition, construction, and reimbursement to developers. The total issuance is projected to be approximately $118 million, with an annual debt service of approximately $10.4, a maximum debt service of $12.5 million. And the debt service on the bonds will not be an obligation of the county, but will be paid through the special tax collected on properties within Metro Air Park CFD, including 2 newly annexed parcels within the district. At this time, Brandon Diaz of Warwick and Nick Jones of PFM, the county's financial advisor, are on the phone and available for responding to any questions. And I believe Tom Ramos and a few of the other developers are in the audience, as well as Vince Lizalde of Stiefel, the county's underwriter. Okay. And that concludes my presentation, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Okay, thanks, Colin. Let me ask board members any questions on the presentation. All right, we have folks available on the phone. So we do have a public speaker on this, so Colin, if you'll stand by. Tom Ramos. Tom? Morning, Tom.
Good morning, Chair Natoli and board members. I'm Tom Ramos, and I'm representing the Metro Air Park property owners, and it's great to be back here again with you all. This board and county staff has long been supportive and attentive to the needs of the Metro Air Park project, and we're greatly appreciative of that. We previously submitted a written comment supporting the 2022 bond refunding, and Colin gave a thorough presentation on the details, so I'll keep my remarks short and just say again that the MAP property owners fully support the refunding package as presented. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have, but first I want to comment on a couple of aspects of the funding of the Metro Air Park infrastructure project. First, I want to recognize the current bondholders. I'll remind you that the bonds that were refunded were privately placed and sold, and that back in 2004 and 2007, there was nowhere near the loan-to-value needed for public placement. But several property owners stepped up and purchase those bonds that fund most of the infrastructure that you see out there at MAP today. Yes, it may have been in their best interest to do so, but there was substantial risk as well. And we all know the sagas and delays and hurdles that we've incurred at MAP and in the Thomas Basin in general. We wouldn't have seen the progress we've enjoyed at MAP without those bondholders taking those early financing risks. Secondly, I want to mention the establishment of the MAP EFID that this enhanced infrastructure finance district that occurred this past year with this board's directive. Although this refunding and the inclusion of some $40 million in new funds does not rely on the EFID as a source of repayment, its presence provided the certainty and the stability, I keep using those words, in the long-term funding of MAP's infrastructure requirements, and that gave the county and the MAP property owners the confidence to move forward now. And hopefully the EFID will also be beneficial in the marketing of these new bonds to potential buyers. So with that, I'll just say we're looking forward to a successful issuance and sale of these bonds over the next few weeks. And again, we appreciate the board's past and continued support of MAP.
Great. Thank you, Tom.
Great.
Yes, you were, sir. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to express my thanks to Tom and the property owners group out there for terrific partnership. As people can attest, anytime they go out to our international airport, seems like every trip I take, I see a new structure coming out of the ground. I think it bodes well for not just the economic benefit of Sacramento County and certainly the employment that comes with that, employing thousands and thousands out there, but I think for the region as well. I think it's already a true success story, and I think it's because of a lot of deliberate, creative thinking around how best to problem solve when it comes to publicly financing the infrastructure and refinancing various instruments to make sure that it is the success that it is. So I just wanted to, since he's in front of us, take the opportunity to thank Tom and the group.
Great.
And if there's no further comment or question,
Let me see if we get anybody on the phone. Anybody on the phone?
We do not.
Okay, good. Nope.
then I'd move the item.
Okay, so moved and seconded then to approve the staff recommendation as outlined, and thanks to folks that have been on the phone and to Mr. Bettis and certainly Tom and his group of owners. Okay, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Very good. Thank you all. Okay, next item.
Okay, Item 40 is the Community Review Commission Annual Update.
All right. Mr. Jones.
Good morning, Chair, Board of Supervisors. Eric Jones, Deputy County Executive, Public Safety and Justice. So we're proud to be able to give a presentation today of the Community Review Commission. It's the first annual update that you'll receive. So a little bit of background about the Community Review Commission is in February of 2021, the board heard from members of the public and discussed a draft proposed framework for the creation of a Community Review Commission. And specifically, Assembly Bill 1185 was taken into consideration, which authorizes counties to establish a sheriff's oversight board and also authorize such a board to issue a subpoena when deemed necessary, as this Community Review Commission is able to do. And we'll work with the Office of Inspector General, which is still, the process is still going on to get an Inspector General contracted here shortly. Then in May of 2021, the Board of Supervisors, you approved Resolution 2021-256, which established this Community Review Commission. And then the commission began to meet in late March of this year. So we have several members and staff here who work with the Community Review Commission. So we have our chair, Kai Morton, who moved positions on me. There you are, Chair. Thank you. Also Vice Chair Curtis and Commissioner Baker. And then also our staff, assigned staff for the commission, Laura Foster is here. So she works with as staff to support this commission. So I will now turn it over to Chair Kai Morton to give the presentation to the board. Thank you.
Okay. Again, welcome to our commission members and certainly to Chair Morton.
Thank you.
First of all, good morning to you all, and thank you very much for having the commission here and me to represent it. I'd also like to acknowledge Commissioner Teresa Rivera, who is here as well. So as noted, I'm Kai Morton, and I'm the District 3 appointee for the Sacramento County Community Review Commission. and also the newly named chair of the commission. Very pleased to be here this morning to present to you our first annual update to you and to the public.
I'm going to ask Metro if you can change the slide for us until we can figure out the battery on this. Just indicate next slide.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. It's, of course, always really grateful for the staff and the support that they continue to provide
all
us.
that technical assistance, yep.
And as someone who's been a former staffer, it's like I really appreciate it. So, again, I'm the chair of the commission, and very pleased to be able to present to you our first annual update to you and to the public. Our mission and purpose is stated here to improve transparency and accountability with respect to the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office and provide greater community interaction and communication with the Office of the Inspector General. And as we're, before I go to the next slide, just to kind of notes, like, as was noted by Mr. Jones, while we are a new commission, while we're still awaiting the selection of a new Inspector General, my fellow commissioners and myself have really taken our selection and tasks seriously. And so we've decided it's like we're not going to just kind of like sit around and wait for that to happen. We really see ourselves and the creation of this commission as another tool in the toolbox for our county to really shape the services, effectiveness, and overall strong and positive community relationship that we all want to see from our sheriff's department. Next slide, please.
Next slide, please.
Okay, there you go. So as was noted by Mr. Jones, a little bit about our background. From January 2021, AB 1185 took effect. May 2021, of course, you approved the resolution that established us as a community review commission. And then from June 2021 to March 22, the application memberships were submitted and reviewed. And so our commission is comprised of 2 members from each district, an ex officio appointee, Mr. Jones, from the county executive office, and really have a really diverse and dedicated commission. Next slide, please. So since we've started some of our first activities, we've gone through the required training and orientation, adopted some of the rules and regulations, we selected commission officers, and we've approved our 2022 annual review report. Next slide, please. And so that's leading us into 22 and 2023. This is our completed and our planned activities for the year. It's 1, providing some input into the selection of the Office of the Inspector General, to participation in a review panel, 2, approve a community engagement and communications plan, 3, conduct community outreach efforts with the support of county staff, and 4, identify and prioritize areas of focus and interest for the coming year. So as I kind of go back to that, what we've really tried to focus on while we wait the new Inspector General is making sure that folks are aware of what the CRC is, who we are, and so that's us initially getting out into groups in the community to talk to folks. We've had some initial good discussions with county PIO staff and getting a list of other groups. We're getting a list of other groups that we can make sure that we are reaching out to electronically, and then making sure that anyone that we can't get out to see physically, we're inviting them to come in, so that we're making sure that as much as we are appointed members of the community, we are getting out and making sure that we're hearing the other ideas, the other concerns, the things that people want, to make sure that we're paying attention to that are going to be really important to them to improve the operations and effectiveness of the Sheriff's Department, their relationship with the Sheriff's Department as well. So with that, really want to say thank you for the opportunity to serve as part of this commission, and we really look forward to doing the work. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you, Mr. Morton, and appreciate certainly you and your fellow commissioners being here today. I want to thank the Commission for its work and engagement as we've gone through the process for filling the Inspector General position, and we trust that'll be coming forward to this board at a fairly early date. And again, as you said, it'll be complementary certainly to the work that the Commission has been charged with, so really appreciate it. And I know some of the commissioners have participated for a better part of a morning and afternoon are here, so we thank them, but certainly the Commission's attention. So let me turn to my colleagues. I think you may have some comments or questions. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to also underscore my thanks to you, Mr. Morton, and all the work that's already gone into just really setting this thing up to get it structured in a way that's going to be effective. I know you really haven't had a chance to really dig into some of the real substantive issues, but I'm very confident you will. I think this commission is extremely important, and I think this board has certainly vested it with the right authority to do a thorough job in ensuring that we have much more transparency and a better relationship between the Sheriff's Department and the community that it serves. So thank you all for your efforts and for your efforts in the future, and look forward to following your progress. Thank you.
Great. I would just note too, by way of information, I know in a few weeks, I think early September, this board will have a workshop and presentations regarding the Mays consent decree and certain elements of ongoing monitoring and jail population reduction, and a pretty broad discussion. And I know that it may be of interest to you and other members of the Community Review Commission, so I certainly would invite you back at that time to
Thank you very much.
spend some time hearing the presentation. I think I went to the partnership collaborative last week, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct, Mr. Jones? At least portion of the presentation did.
Yes, at the Community Corrections Partnership meeting, it was discussed in fairly broad terms. Definitely the workshop, which is September 14th, will go into entirely more detail.
All right, so September 14th might be worth noting. Not that folks need more meetings, but I think it'll be an item that will obviously carry a lot of interest with folks that you all represent, certainly in your capacity as commissioners. So, anyone else? I don't have any other comments from board members. So again, we thank you all for being here, and I look forward to your, as Supervisor Desmond said, your work going forward into the future. It's going to be very, very important to the people of this county. Thanks. Great.
And we didn't have any comments.
All right. Again, I just acknowledge the 4 commissioners that are here. Again, thank them and their colleagues for their work thus far. I think the workload is probably going to pick up a bit as the IG positions filled, and obviously with some of the items that are alluded to in the report. Okay, so this is just a receive and file and report, and we have no commenters on the phone. We said, all right. Do we need an action on this to receive the? No. Okay. All right. Thanks again, and we do receive the report, and it'll be up on obviously the board and clerk's website. So, all right. With that, then let's go to next item 41.
Item 41 is a workshop from Sacramento County's Bradshaw Animal Shelter, People, Pets, and Partnerships.
Great. And I don't know, David, you going to introduce this, or is Annette going to take it right from the get-go?
Annette will do it.
Hi, Annette. All right.
Annette, do it.
Good morning.
Thank you, Supervisor.
You want me to run with the clicker or without the clicker?
Flo? Clicker or no clicker? Oh.
Okay, we'll just next slide. Yeah, that'll work. Good morning, Chairman Natoli, Board of Supervisors, CEO Edwards. My name is Annette Bedsworth, and I'm the Director for Sacramento County Animal Care and Regulation. I was appointed by this board. It's been approaching 5 months that I've been employed and was appointed as the director. I'm very excited, still very excited to be here and deliver this workshop. We're going to deliver this workshop to tell you about the past few months, where we've been, where we're going, more importantly, where are we going in the future. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to be here and present this workshop. The positive results we share with you today include the extraordinary work and contributions of many, to include adopters, rescue partners, volunteers, the amazing pet community, the dedicated staff, County of Sacramento leaders, and Board of Supervisors who all support this organization. Next slide, please. We promised you lots of colorful pictures. So Bradshaw Animal Shelter was closed when I came on board for nearly 2 years due to COVID, as most agencies were. We decided to open as kind of a quiet, we called it a soft opening, on February 23rd. The reason why it was being a soft opening is a lot of employees were not employees when we were open to the community, so it was first. So we had to really figure out what this was going to look like when we opened up with no appointments necessary. It was a total success. We are open currently Tuesday through Sunday. Wednesday is one of our busiest days of the week, along with Saturday and Sunday. We're not your typical office because we are open on the weekends, and that is our busiest time. We do not require appointments. You can walk in and adopt. Part of our life-saving equation is also to build our social media page. I know that sounds really odd. I'm not really a fan of social media, and many of you may not be on social media. But for us as an animal services agency,
I can guarantee you Don's not on social media.
No, that's why I get the written reports every day. So.
You know what, Don? We'll set you that as your goal in retirement. We'll get you on social media.
Good try.
Pay to see that.
When I first came on board, we have increased our followers by 10%. We are consistent in increasing the followers. And again, it's necessary for us to increase those followers. It's necessary for us to reach adopters because, as you know, we can reach far and wide with adopters, and that's what we need to do. We don't only adopt to Sacramento County residents. We can adopt to anybody that resides outside of our area. So that is our goal, is getting dogs out alive and cats. So our PIO, Allison, does an amazing job, and she is up for the challenge. She's definitely likes increasing the followers and getting very creative with what our page looks like by increasing the numbers. I know that our followers have increased the overall page of Sacramento County, the main page. So that's wonderful. Next slide. Our facility. So Sacramento County has an amazing, beautiful facility at Animal Care. It's located on 3839 Bradshaw Road. It's an amazing facility, and I can't emphasize that enough. We have a dog park out front that is run by the Parks Department of the county. We also have a spay and neuter facility directly next door. But when I came on board in the facility, to me, it needed to be decluttered. And the staff and I have this ongoing relationship, and they understand what that means to me, is when I was walking around the first couple weeks, it's like we have to declutter this place, because this place should be the Taj Mahal, for lack of a better term, for the animals and for the community that comes through the doors here. So we need to anticipate what that looks like. So, for example, there was sheriff's department badges hung all over the walls in Sacramento County. I think when you came out and Supervisor told you, you're like, what is that? And I'm like, I asked the same question. And my response was, well, we want to make sure that when people come in here that they know that we're going to call them out if they give us any problems. I'm like, take those down. We do not need those on our walls. So they are officially taken down. We have done the floors and the entryway and all the entry levels. We've taken down any handwritten signs because they know that staff cannot, they know me personally now that says there should nothing be taped on our walls in handwritten language. I cannot stand that. So they have this ongoing joke with me. So the other day, I walked out to the front, as I always do before we open, and there was this cart, an old shopping cart from the 1970s, in handwritten language with the word free on it. And I'm like, no, don't worry, Annette, it's already taken care of, we're removing it. I'm like, yeah, please remove these awful things from my site. We need to treat this building with respect that it was built with, and in return we have. The picture that you're seeing here is one of my favorite pictures because we've talked about customer service and what that looks like. We've renamed this little entry level the Titanic greeting, because if you watch the movie The Titanic, I use that as the example, is, you're greeted at the front door, and we do this every single day that we've opened since February. All staff gather at noon, all the shelter staff, and they're standing there to greet all the adopters and all the community that come in. We have reopened at the Petco Adoption Center located in Fair Oaks. We are there every Wednesday for adoptions of our pets. We have extended the hours on Wednesdays. That is one of our busiest days of the week, so we are open till 6 p.m. for people who want to come in after work and possibly want to adopt or reclaim their pet. We do have this greeting, this Titanic greeting, each and every day that we're open, and we recently have the installation of the donated music system by a local donor who wanted to remain anonymous, but we have music that is played in the kennels for the dogs because it's considered enrichment. It's calming for the dogs, and we want all our dogs to be calm.
What's their favorite band?
Unsupervised.
I don't know. I haven't.
Unsupervised?
I survived? Is that what you said?
No.
That was funny.
No, unsupervised. That's
Okay.
Supervisor Cerna is in a band that's known as Unsupervised, so they do some pretty good stuff. So,
part of our working in animal welfare, if nothing else that you take away, is this is a 7-day-a-week operation. We don't get to close at night. It's 7 days a week. We are extremely busy, nonstop, every single day. And I think that's what the challenge is about working in animal care. It is a challenge. It's hardworking. We have a hospital there, too, that has its own different sets of laws and regulations. But we run a hospital there that is there 7 days a week. Fortunately, we have 2 great veterinarians on staff that are full-time that provide the health and medical care that we need. We also have to feed and water all the animals on site 7 days a week, including holidays. It's necessary to do that. We sanitize the kennels each and every day, too. So I want to say that sometimes we're kind of like the jail, but I don't want to maybe say that in the fact that we are there 7 days a week. I formerly worked at, so you can never get behind. And I think sometimes that's what the stress is with staff, is because we are responsible for our 4-legged friends there that are there each and every day and the care they received. So the next slide, I'm trying to be a little bit entertaining. This is one of my newer employees. She's been there approximately a year, but she's going to tell you in her own words of what it's like. If you could press the play button.
Please press start the video. Can you go back to that and start the video?
Hello, my name is Irina. I'm one of the senior office assistants here at Bradshaw Animal Shelter. I've been here for a little over a year. And since starting here, I did start during the pandemic, and I was really excited about the new change that we had brought about back in February when we opened up to the public. Just provided a lot more resources and helped the public a lot to come in and do away with the stress of having to schedule appointments for adoptions. We got a lot of positive feedback on that. We also extended our hours here at the shelter, and on Wednesdays we're now open until 6 o'clock, and I think that's extremely beneficial to the public, especially to those who work till 5 o'clock and they're still wanting to come in and adopt during the week. So really excited for the new changes that are happening, and looking forward to what's coming next.
Good. Next slide.
Next slide, please.
Team and volunteers. Talk about volunteers at Sacramento County Bradshaw Animal Shelter. They are dedicated and truly amazing. And I have to say, one of those aha moments was at the beginning, my first week actually, is I had a lot of aha moments about, ooh, we need to put this on a list and change this. Ooh, we need to change this. One was, on my second day there, I was walking through the kennels, as I usually do at the end of the day, after everybody leaves, just to close down everything. And I locked myself out. I left my proximity badge in my office, my phone, everything. I was completely locked out. So I was wandering around the grounds, just calling out for anybody who might possibly be there, because staff had already left. And one of the volunteers came forward. He's like, oh, he goes, Annette, he goes, I can let you back into your office. And I was like, wow, you can let me back into my own office. And I was just thinking to myself, oh, there's the vault back there, the drugs back there. But sure, okay. So that was something that I figured we'd have to address. But knowing that we need the volunteers They serve an amazing purpose at Bradshaw Animal Shelter. What we did is we took the proximity badges, and they have access to the dogs that I need help with. They just don't have access to the admin building. So those are some of the things that we changed. But volunteers are on site. We're tracking about 3,000 hours a month of volunteers on site. They are there before they leave for work. They are there after work in the evening. They're walking the dogs. We need volunteers at Bradshaw Animal Shelter, and they're so dedicated. And you're going to meet Jose very soon, too. But he came into me yesterday. He's the new assistant director. He said, I am so surprised with the dedication of the volunteers that you have out there. And I said, yes, they are quite amazing, and we need them here on site to contribute the way that they contribute. That's 3,000 hours a month just with volunteers on site. That's not even speaking to the volunteers that foster animals in their homes and help us with adoption events off-site. That is on-site. We have what's called a nonprofit. It's Team Teaching Everyone Animals Matter. This past year, they were able to fundraise a goal of over $40,000 on the big day of giving, which was their highest that they have ever been able to fundraise for. Volunteers, dedication. I can't express how much we love the volunteers and how we have plans to increase even higher the number of volunteers that come to the shelter. STAMP, Sacramento Teen Animal Membership Program. This program is just quite amazing. I met with these two individuals. One is a retired teacher. Her co-partner is a current teacher. And they run this program with 12 to 18-year-olds on site every other Saturday. It's very scripted, and they teach these young teenagers, these group chores, as they call them. So they learn how to feed animals and clean up after animals, everything in regards to animal welfare. Next slide, please. I think they like you better, Flo. Our foster program. So when you talk about life-saving, this is the number one life-saving program. Well, there's also others, but this is really key. Our foster program right now, we currently have more animals in foster care than we do in the shelter. And what does that look like? That means we are still responsible for these pets. We have over 700 pets in temporary homes in and around the county, saving lives, because there's no space at our shelter for 700 additional pets, right? Because we already have 400 pets every day on site. This is our foster coordinator, Sarah. She is quite amazing. I call her the rock star of the foster program. I call her the future rock star in leadership when it comes to animal welfare. She's amazing. She was a very quiet and timid employee since I met her in early March. Now I just learned she has her 4-year degree, and she is just the most dynamic leader out there. She was promoted into this role as a foster coordinator, and I see positive things in her future. She's running this program by herself until we pass the September budget, because we have staffing already there to assist. Because I keep telling her and teasing her, I'm like, you have 700 pets in foster care. You have your own little shelters out there that you're running, because we provide the medical care for those 700 pets that are in foster care. So we are still legally responsible for all those pets. And at the same time, because they're under our care, the law requires us, once we adopt these pets, we have to get them into spay and neuter. So it's a challenge to think that we have to provide spay and neuter for the 400 pets that we have on site, plus these 700 in foster care. Pets belong in homes, though. They don't belong in the shelters, so that's why a foster program is so important. We're going to really extend what that foster program looks like here in the next few months and try to do some foster finder programs. What foster finder looks like is that if you find Fluffy out on the street, instead of bringing it to the shelter, because as somebody mentioned earlier, shelters are full everywhere up and down the state. We are full. We'd rather you foster the pet and do the stray hold time in your home. Protect the most vulnerable, our kittens. We have a high number of kittens. It is kitten season right now. Kittens have a season usually when it's warm and it's hot, cats reproduce, and they reproduce very quickly. And we take in everything at our government shelter, municipal shelter. We take in kittens by the dozens. It's very sad and disheartening, even when they're sick and nearly dying. Pan-Luc is probably the number one disease that they will die from because they're usually unvaccinated in the community, and we take in loads of kittens.
And Nick, could I just ask you on that for a moment? So,
yes.
And then when I was out with you and David recently, we kind of talked about that. And again, recognizing that Pan-Luc can, go throughout the shelter and affect cats that obviously come in that don't have that particular ailment. One of the things, and again, I actually had a chance to go back and I trust you maybe had a chance to read it or not, but we did a best practices study back about 6 years ago now, and one of the conversations though that we had when I was out just here a few weeks past is because it goes to the live release rate and the ability to, because it's treatable. But again, as you well know, having overseen and operated this shelter, but certainly others as well, that if you don't have that isolation area and the ability to nurse them back to health, then you threaten the rest of the healthy population. So I guess my question is that because I think you would see certainly a marked, a notable increase in your live release rate if we were able to work with those kittens during the kitten season when they come in. Some come in with other diseases and maybe are not, able to be saved. But my understanding is, and you can correct me, that Pan-Luc is treatable if it hasn't progressed too far. But some of the kittens, some of the litters we see that have either been abandoned or that are brought in by folks that think that they're doing the right thing. They see them out in the field or backyard or whatever. That if we had some additional facility improvements, the ability to isolate, that we could actually improve the live release rate. Is that accurate?
We could probably increase it by a percentage point for the kittens. Yes.
Percentage point.
Yeah, a percentage point.
Well,
Or two, because some cats that come in, as you and I have had that conversation, we want to save everything, and we do try to treat the ones that we can.
Right.
And some are just too far gone, unfortunately.
Right.
But yeah, I think it could increase it by a percentage point when it comes to cats, because that's the biggest struggle for the life-saving rate is the cats.
And so, again, without getting ahead of your presentation here, but so what would it take if space, we talked about that. In fact, I'm very interested, certainly in the spay-neuter portion of that, so you have some recovery area, and I thought we'd get to that when you covered this a little later on. But so what would it take for us, again, because I was going to ask on the slide about the no-kill, but since, again, we our percentage with dogs is, in the mid-90s, which is, very, very good. But cats were still in the mid-80s, and some of that is relative to the kittens and the kitten population during the time of the year. So, if we're ever going to get to a higher percentage, then we're going to have to do some things because all the easy stuff was done long ago, and now you're doing things that require more attention, more veterinary care, more foster outreach, more outreach to the public to adopt and so forth. But if we're going to get to that percentage, in I would hope it'd be more than 1%, but you're realistic. So, but if you're going to get cats to a 90 or a 92%, what's it going to take? That's my question. What would it take to do that? And not knowing exactly what comes in the door, because we are a public shelter, so I acknowledge that right from the get-go. Beyond, and I'm not talking about the spay-neuter where you're going to stop some of the inflow, but when it comes in the door, what do we need to do at Bradshaw to get our numbers up?
For cats.
For cats, yeah.
For cats?
Yeah, for cats, yeah. Because your numbers are pretty good for dogs, yeah.
Okay. A couple things is more spay and neuter in the community for cats.
Okay, I get that.
Because
I support that.
Cats, we don't have a very robust community cat program here. We have one, and nobody's complaining about it, but it needs to be a whole lot more robust. And I'll just share the example. I had a very robust community cat program, but it took years to get it that way. I had 2 full-time employees from Best Friends that came on site, and they were surprised of how many cats that we had in our community, and they were doing spay and neuter of upwards 6,000 a year.
You talking about Stanislaw?
Yes,
Yeah.
they were doing 6,000 cats a year, and they kind of even went over budget because the reality was there's just so many cats out there that need to be spayed and neutered. So we have talked about that we need to do, because we are providing the service of spay and neuter to your cat trappers out there in the community who are willing to do it, but we need to do it in much higher numbers, really to show a difference. There's other things that other shelters have tried. I'm not really fond of that method, but they stopped taking in cats.
No, I'm not advocating at all.
Yes.
In fact, again, I know during COVID, some shelters,
Yes.
in fact, some are very close in proximity to here and may not have even reinstituted. That's not, in my view,
That's how they got their numbers up there.
Yeah, that's not the answer. That's not,
I
to me,
agree.
that's not being very
I
responsible.
would think the other part would be a more dedicated isolation unit in our hospital, and we can talk about that as we want to expand our hospital.
Okay,
Yes,
right,
absolutely.
right. Okay, all right. And spay neuter emphasis, I think, is really important. And
It absolutely is.
Yeah.
And we'll definitely talk about the spay
Sure,
and
I'll
neuter.
let you get, yeah.
If we could just play the video that Sarah, our little rock star foster program coordinator.
I'm Sarah Warren. I'm the new foster coordinator here at the Bradshaw Animal Shelter. Really excited. We've got a new foster coordinator, myself, and a new rescue coordinator. So we can build some really good programs to get the community involved, to help the animals here, to help animals get back to their owners as well, build rescue partnerships so we can get animals where they need to be. So very excited for this program. We're still at the building blocks, but it's going to be really good once we get up and running.
Sarah was also on Fox 40 yesterday. She does our public outreach.
Great.
Does a fabulous job. Next slide, please. Education and team effort. And I think this is just so important to really share, because the past few months I really had to take a step back and go, wow, there's a lot of development that needs to happen with staff when you're developing a team. Sure, I could have ran in here and we've had these hard conversations with staff. I'm very direct about, I could roll out tons of new programs, but I would be unsuccessful, because we needed to really start from the ground up and develop a team, and we need to work together in that regards. So I'll just give you an example. One of our team building exercises was an all-staff meeting. I brought them together with one topic is just change management and how do you change, and acknowledging the fact that they've had, different directors before me here and the way they've acted in the community, and how do we move forward and really stand out as that great team that we truly are as Bradshaw Animal Shelter. So I threw out this whiteboard. I know it's kind of it's not the most professional looking picture up there, but I had to put it up
but
there.
it says a lot.
Yes. Well, I was putting positive notes and comments every day because that's on the entry to my office area. And I thought what really made me feel good is that the staff now are putting the positive comments. That was put up there by the staff, not me. So that makes me feel good that they're really buying into, yes, we need to work together, and how do we work together as a team, and planting those seeds, not just building the foundation, but we really had to dig deep and plant the seeds of really what those looks like. I mean, there's a lot of things that were happening, and they feel comfortable at least coming into my office now, because I told them at the beginning, I only want to hear one shocking fact a day, because that's all I can really comprehend and address. And so they often come into me teasing, going, have you heard your shocking fact today? No, but it's okay. Feel free to share with me. So at our next all team building staff meeting, they really enjoy the team building exercises so much that the people that you would least likely suspect come to me and thanked me for that work, and that they really got something out of it. So that to me feels good. At our last meeting, I decided to it was called decision making, how to make good decisions, right? You wouldn't think you would have to educate on this, but I felt like it was necessary. So I throw them all, and they know that I mix things up. I never want the same people that normally work together on a daily basis to be sitting together, so I mix them all up all the time. And I play crazy music like by Willie Nelson, On the Road Again, so they know that they're going to be moving. I try to make it fun and light, but I put them all with different situations, and those are the situations. I use real life examples that I have to deal with questions from staff, and said, all right, when you guys are making your decisions, because I'm going to pull you back into the group, I want you to think of the things that I think of. 1, is it ethical? 1, is it legal, please? And 3, is it fair to everybody? Because I had one situation where somebody brought their dogs to work one day, and they were just roaming around the office, and I didn't think anything of it because we work in an animal shelter, right? I mean, I just assumed that they were moving dogs from one place to another until everybody was in an uproar, and it was like, no, you need to think about this. What if your dog bites somebody, right? Then it becomes a legal issue. I said, you really need to start thinking of these things in your mind so it's a net proof when you do come to me with answers, and hopefully you can have good decisions that you've made. So why is training so important at the animal shelter? We truly want to create and sustain that positive workplace culture now and moving forward in the future. The future is really uncertain for all of us. It's so important to create just that positive workplace culture. We are all, most of us in the shelter now are all fear-free certified professionals. Again, that's one of those things that should have happened a long time ago, but I guarantee you they are all recognized for their efforts. Next slide, please. This should be Diane, our new supervisor, and it's a video. If we could just press the button.
Hi, my name is Diane Fabretti. I've been here at the shelter for 19 years. I was an animal control officer. I am an RVT, and I was the RVT here for 15 years at the shelter, the old shelter, the spay-neuter commuter, the bat, and back again at the shelter. And I just got promoted to kennel supervisor, which I started last week, and I'm really happy and excited. I love the job, and I'm really hoping to do a lot more and get a lot more animals out and have a good time here. I think we've had a lot of positive changes this year at the animal shelter. We have a lot of new positions coming up here at the shelter. I'm excited about bringing the Batmobile back to the community. I used to work on the Batmobile and also the spay-neuter commuter years ago, and I think that bringing that back would be really helpful to do some spay-neuters, vaccines, and some education. And I especially like the fact that there are going to be more people working on the bat than there was before, and I feel like we can do twice as much to benefit everybody.
Just so you know, this is totally unscripted. Staff were not told what to say. I just told them to speak from the heart and talk about changes and what they'd like to see in the future happening. Our Batmobile, as she referenced, is the mobile spay-neuter clinic. On July 13th, 2022, this Board of Supervisors approved an allocation of $400,000 to go towards that Batmobile. What the intention is going to be providing basic vaccinations and spay and neuter services to help the pets owned by humans experiencing homelessness. So again, kudos to this board and the community for recognizing that bond exists between humans and pets. And we do have the RVT, the Registered Veterinary Technician recruitment is ongoing, and the veterinarian recruitment is ongoing for this mobile unit. It's going to be challenging, though. I want to share with you the challenges. Right now, there is a national shortage of veterinarians, so that's going to be our biggest challenge, I anticipate, is hiring a full-time veterinarian for this mobile clinic. But we will not give up. We will continue to try. Next slide, please. This should be our life-saving snapshot. There it is. So these statistics are taken from the Best Friends Animal Society website. They pull the numbers from Shelter Animals Count. Bradshaw Animal Shelter do participate, and we report our numbers out each and every month. We are very transparent, and we want to maintain that transparency. And what do I mean by transparent? That means that any animal that is not only euthanized because maybe it got hit by a car, maybe it's sick, maybe it's ill, all those numbers are factored into our life-saving snapshot. Not all shelters believe in that, and we do. And we want to remain transparent, because otherwise you're not going to know what programs you need to implement or what direction you need to go. Because believe it or not, animal services is very much so data-driven. All our decisions are very data-driven, and that's how we make decisions. The two biggest states that need, when you look at a national overview, it's always been Texas and California. Those are two very large states that need life-saving assistance. When you pull down California, their rate is going a little bit higher overall. The save rate is 82.7. I am surprised, though, because when you look at the total rate, that is dogs and cats alone. I convinced Best Friends Animal Society, about 3 years ago, that they really, if you're looking at life-saving data, as you mentioned, Supervisor Natoli earlier, you should really separate the dogs and you should really separate the cats, because that's what you really need to look at is the data. How do you increase those numbers? The cats are always the hardest one across the state. They always are.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Chair. It's a little difficult to read on the California map there with the counties, but is Sacramento County labeled as nearly not kill? Is that what that says?
Sacramento County, when it says just Sacramento County here, it'll say something like not all numbers are accounted for.
Oh, no. I mean, if you look at the map of California with
Yes.
the counties, and it looks like 4 different color grades or 5 different color grades, it's hard to read the legend at the bottom. Is it nearly not kill in gray, and therefore is that Sacramento County? Is that what that says?
Nearly no kill. Nearly no kill.
Okay.
The bottom, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. I can't read it because it's so small.
It
And I'm
is
trying to
small.
match it to the map.
It actually falls the incomplete category. That's what was my question yesterday.
Yes.
But then when you drill down into it, we're nearly no kill. But to Supervisor Stern's question, we hadn't talked about this, but on this map, it shows it incomplete because there are other shelters that report in the county.
Correct.
And so whatever data they
Correct.
use, whoever compiles this, has the county as a whole as being incomplete data, whereas if you drill down to it, and that was, I trust you provided this to all members of the board, where we're nearly no kill.
We are nearly no kill as ours as a shelter, as Bradshaw shelter. But he's right. When it looks up there just as the county entirety, it looks like incomplete data because there's multiple shelters in Sacramento County and not all of them are reporting. And they're not under our direction, but I assure you that we do report.
So before you leave that, Phil might have some other questions. Phil?
No, that was it.
So just on that, and I appreciate the additional data because, again, what you sent to all of us for our shelter is that our total save rate was 88.08% in 2021, if I read the information correctly, and that was a combination of cats at almost 84%, right at 83.99, and dogs at 93.4, and I got cut off. So. And I would just note, Annette, I actually went back and looked at the matrix study, the best practices from when we had a workshop before the board in 2016. And at that time, it was reported that in 2010, we were like a 43% live release rate. And by time we got to the first half of 2015, we were at 81%. What you report now in 2021, again, with a number of improvements, obviously, many of you noted, and some that have been established over the course of the last 5 or 6 years, we're at 88.08. And I guess the question I have here, and you can probably anticipate it because we've talked about it, is that I recognize that, being transparent, and I would encourage that, if we have animals, whether they're dogs or cats, or we get some livestock, we get some exotics, you get wild animals, and they don't get computed into the overall, but I think we make our best effort, whether it's with wildlife or other animals, to get them out alive and to hopefully get them healed, and if they're broken, bent, but still, able to be saved. We do a lot of that, and that's again, having a third veterinarian is going to assist with spay neuter, but it gives us additional capacity for that work, and we have some tremendous stories. But I guess my question is that it's great to be nearly no kill, and there are many ways for folks to provide numbers that get them to no kill, but may not be as transparent as us. But I guess my question boils down to recognizing transparency and the fact you don't control what comes in the front door, but we do control to a great extent what goes out the back door. And I've used that, over the years because I think, as I shared with you, one of my very first years in the county, back in the early 80s, we killed over 29,000 animals. And again, we didn't have the incorporated cities of Elk Grove or Citrus Heights or Ranch Cordova, but it was about 50% of the animals that came in were going out. We were killing at a rate of 100 plus a day in some cases. We've come a long, long ways, and I think there's a lot of good news embedded in what you say here. So you as our animal director, and congratulations to our new deputy director as well, if we want to get to the 90%, we're close. Get to 9%. I mean, we want to get to 97, 98%. Again, recognizing that there's a lot of things embedded in that, the sickness, some animals that are not judged to be, adoptable because of the, either activity or just because they're even working with them, you're not going to get them back. But that's a very small number. So if we deemed this county's shelter as no-kill, or certainly the goal would be no-kill, and we've made that a stated goal, but we never ever really said that's what this board has never weighed in a resolution or anything beyond. Obviously, I think the support this board has shown unanimously over the last several years to beef up the budget, to provide for facilities, provide for staffing, to support programs. I think some of the cultural changes that were long awaited, that you're working hard at, I think they're going to prove really good results for the animals and the people we serve. Is there an objection to saying we're going to be a no-kill shelter? Because we're almost there. I mean, we're nearly no-kill, but I don't want to be nearly. I want to be in, I want to be in that category, not just for namesake, but also because I think it continues to drive us. Because if we aren't able to get there, then when this board has conversations down in the future, what else do you need? Just the question I asked you. And again, you go through a budget process that is reviewed by the exec's office and obviously comes to this board. And this board has been, I would say, very generous over the years in trying to beef that up. And if we need to do more in spay neuter, we need to expand, facilities to help animals get healthy and not be confined by what the physical plan is out there. Mm-hmm. So I guess. Long way to get to a question. Do you generally object to having a no-kill status for a shelter? I mean, again, and I know it may put some additional onus because maybe there's some other reporting with us, but I need to understand because, again, I've heard from prior directors, some resistance to doing that, and again, people who preceded Ann in her role, had some strong feelings about that as well. So I guess I'm curious about, saying we're going to be a no-kill shelter this year and for every year. We're going to do our best to be there because if you fall short, then it helps you examine as a board and a county to what you said. What else do we need to do in order to get there and stay there?
To answer that question, if you say, what else is there that I need? You're right. Sacramento County provides a beautiful building. I don't need that. The staffing, you provide adequate staffing. What I can't control and you can't control is these cats that are coming in that are sick and that are beyond anyone's comprehension. I don't have those type of special magic powers, nor do you, to bring these cats back to life, because I'm telling you on any given day, and I'm not exaggerating, where there's 90 kittens to 100 kittens coming in on any given day, and they're that sick. I mean, we have excellent medical staff.
We do.
We are very fortunate. We have excellent medical staff here. But they can't even sometimes, we could save a percentage point like I mentioned, but they can't even save all the kittens. And it's very frustrating for them and sad for them. I mean, that's a whole other issue that we have to deal with because they can't save them all necessarily as much as they would like to. So to answer your question, for cats, I don't think there's much of anything else we do need other than just to understand that the cats that we're taking in, if we're going to stay an open admission shelter, which I think that we want to.
Yes, I would agree.
Is that we can just only provide the services to these kittens as much as we can. We have a great community here for fosters, so I don't even need that. We have fosters that are waiting to take 2 young kittens on the day that they're in. We have fosters who are willing to take in kittens that are sick and care for them at their home. So it's just a matter of Mother Nature, is if we can catch those kittens sooner versus later that are unvaccinated in the community, but we are taking everything, and that's what makes it difficult for us. So then on the other flip side, I would say to you is I think it's extremely important that we have more spay and neuter in this community so we can eliminate some of those kittens coming in or kittens even being born. That's really the biggest obstacle, and it's going to be a challenge just to get the spay neuter services. It's interesting because we're fighting for spay neuter services. That's the hottest topic of conversation, not just with our county, but everywhere. I know City of Sacramento, they have no veterinarians. Their last veterinarian left this past week. We have SPCA Sacramento, who we employ their services for spay and neuter, but they're challenged with hiring veterinarians too, even though they have an amazing spay and neuter facility. We have a spay and neuter facility right next door that, we're paying because we have the funds to create the spay neuter for a day to get 50 surgeries, but we're also competing with the community who are looking for spay neuter. Your private veterinarians are maxed out. Your spay neuter appointments are maxed out for a couple months at a time. So it's going to be a challenge to get through that spay neuter, but that's the number one answer in my mind.
Okay, well, and again, I want to let you get through the rest of your presentation, but I hear a couple of things. I hear, one, if you had some more infirmary space, from the standpoint of particularly kittens and cats, and before we get done today, I do want to talk about getting you some tentative space for recovery so you can up to spay neuter numbers. Secondly, though, I hear, and again, this has not been without some back and forth, not at the dais so much, but from, again, going back several years, from recommendations about cutting community spay neuter because it was kind of on the cut list, and now we provide about $120,000, maybe a little more, just for our community programs, and then obviously what we do at the shelter and what we buy through other. And if there were, again, assuming you had veterinary capacity and RVTs to support that, it didn't have to be done in our shelter, but again, I think funding for that being sustained is very, very important. And again, I appreciate certainly that Ann brought in those recommendations to us in the last couple of years to sustain that. But if we need to amp that up, at least to say we have the ability to buy more spay-neuter in order to save more animals. And,
it's not even the funding.
Yeah.
We have the funding.
So you have sufficient funding. You're telling me you have sufficient funding.
We don't even use that $120,000, I believe, the allocation for next door, because, again, we're competing for spay-neuter with the community, too. They're trying to serve the community. So they're always looking for veterinarians, just like we are.
Well, and I think sustaining the Batmobile, though, which again, we go out to the community, you got ARPA money, but that's not going to be sustained over time.
That's for a year, yes.
So I think that needs to be a part of the budget consideration. Obviously,
Agreed.
I won't be here the next go-round, but I think from the standpoint of sustaining...
You might be. Your friends are saying you're going to volunteer.
Yeah.
Your
well,
board
I'll be on
members are
that
gonna volunteer.
side. They'll have the votes. I'll have the voice.
Okay,
so,
sounds good.
Anyway, I think that's important, though, again, to keep that front and center. And again, I think spay-neuter
Absolutely
has run the gamut over time and hasn't always received the support that I think it has now, certainly from this board, but also from folks up and down the line. So, all right, thanks.
Next slide, please. These are our live release rates for Sacramento County. As you can see, again, the dog live release rate is very easy to achieve. Not easy, nothing's ever easy. But it's we don't do behavioral exams anymore, and so that's behavioral tests exactly. So that's what increased the live release rate, so more dogs can get out and go to homes. The cats, it's still a struggle. As you can see, it declined. Supervisor Natoli called me when he saw the 88% go down to 84% in the month of May, and that's just because you're going to see that decrease because the volume of cats is increasing tremendously as soon as it gets warm outside. Next slide, please. So the future, let's talk about that enhanced spay and neuter efforts with a proposal to increase our hospital and expand it. So we do have this gorgeous building, and the most noticeable thing when I came is our hospital is extremely small. Beautiful facility, but when you look through our hospital, I know David's been out there, and Ann's been out there, and you have been out there, Supervisor Natoli, and so is Supervisor Desmond. It's extremely small. I mean, you walk by there, there's no recovery space. We should be able to do upwards of 50 surgeries a day. We have 2 full-time veterinarians. We should easily do 50 cat surgeries in a day. And the surprising fact is that when you look there, you're like, no, we do like 15. And that's strictly because you have to have, just like a normal human hospital, you have to have recovery space. There is no recovery space. When they do the surgeries they do now, they're kind of putting the animals in the hallway to watch them because legally you have to watch the animals when they come out of anesthesia. So that's one of the biggest asks that you will see from us in the very near future is we need to, I make it sound easy, but knock a wall down and just, create that recovery space in the back parking lot. The hospital is located in the perfect space because it is in the back of the facility. So I just think in my mind, I can knock a wall down. The same thing goes from our community spay neuter. The county owns the building directly next door to us, and I've gone through their building. They have a huge space in the front for the community, the front lobby, but they don't serve the front lobby space anymore because they just do drive-through drop-off services. So again, it's just, to me, in my mind, knocking down a wall and just creating more recovery space. So one, you're giving the community more spay-neuter, because we can preach spay-neuter to the community all we want, but we got to give them an avenue to actually have those services performed. And it would really increase our spay-neuter efforts in our community CAT program if we could have those services at our shelter
Annette,
also.
let me
Yes.
just interrupt real quickly here. Again, we had the conversation when I was out, and if you make major modifications, knocking a wall down, you get into lots of other things. But in my view, and we're coming up on final budget here in just a few weeks, and one of the things that I threw out was the opportunity to actually put a modular unit that could connect to the building. You've got, as you said, perfect space there. So we can begin immediately and to ramp up what we're able to do there. Long term, it may be a full facility expansion, but I've been here long enough to know how long that can take when it comes to architectural and design and bidding and building and all the things that go into that, even if you had the money today. But I don't know. I guess I turned to you, Dave. We talked about a modular unit. Have you looked at that? If so, because again, if it required budget augmentation this year,
yes,
play my hand a little bit here. I'd certainly be prepared to support that, even if ARPA dollars could do that, and maybe not, maybe so. But to look at something that would, again, get that additional capacity that we already have. We just can't use it because we don't have the space.
Yes, Supervisor. Thank you. David Villanueva, Deputy County Executive. We have looked at that. Annette has looked at that and has talked to a couple of other locations that have those services. But even with those locations, we'll still have some of the other architectural designs and some of the other things, so that does create some delay. We're still waiting on some numbers to make sure that we have a good number to put in the budget. I don't think we're going to make it. We're wrapping up the budget now. We're not going to be. It's not going to be part of the budget for this fiscal year.
I'm going to turn to you, Ann. I would like to see it in this year's budget. At least if you can get a number to do that with, even if you don't do the full expansion. I'm going to be very frank about it. This is key. To wait another year, that's fine. I trust my colleagues up here and whoever succeed me. But there's a need now. We have the ability, modular units get put in all the time. We can house kids in there. You can provide medical services for people. You can do, again, you got to have it done the right way. But when you have the ability out there at the site, again, I don't know what all the underground utilities are, but we're talking about a recovery space. We're not talking about surgical space. We're not talking about all, the negative air.
It would need to be a surgical suite.
Right. Because the veterinarians need to be near the recovery space to oversee that.
Again, so you'd have to have something right adjacent. We looked at that. So, but to say you can't have a number by the time we come to budget, again, you may not be recommending it, but you can give me a number.
Well, possibly. What I'm hearing David and Annette both say is that they're working on getting a number. We don't want to give you a number that isn't accurate. And the numbers are pretty near being close to, locked down in terms of what's being recommended next month. So it's likely, even if we had a number, too late, because it would change everything. It changes all the numbers.
Well, what it changes is your reserve numbers. What it changes, because the board has the ability to augment if we choose to do that.
Absolutely. And that is something the board could do during budget hearings, which it's not.
It's not your recommendation. Happen. Yeah, I get it. But if we don't have a number, then you're just guessing. And, I'm not looking for the placeholder number here. And so, again, that's not the focus today's. But what it boils down to is that you save animal lives. That's what it boils down to.
Understood. Yeah. And if we have a number by the budget, we will absolutely share that with you.
Okay. And if not, I guess I'll be good at making one up. So, no, I'm kidding. But you can give me some idea, to look at. So you guys don't know. Otherwise, then it just it grinds itself out in the process. And meanwhile, animals that would be savable aren't.
Supervisor, I would just add that we heard you when you came out and spoke with us, and we are working on it. We're diligently working on that. Annette has reached out to several different organizations to look at how they are set up and plan for this. We also we're also looking at adding the veterinarians and the RVTs. So we are doing a lot to work on that.
But that's for the Batmobile in large part.
Understood. But I just want to make sure you understand that that did not fall on deaf ears, and we're working on it.
Yeah, that wasn't the point I was making. I think that the timeliness of it, particularly when she tells me you're doing 15 a day, but you can do 50 a day if you had the recovery space. Recovery space, it may have to be, it has to be adjacent to the surgery room, but it's not necessarily more surgery space.
It has to be eye space.
Yeah,
yes.
right. I get it. So that's what I'm saying. Is there a way to do that in the intervening time before you knock walls down and do a hospital expansion, which will take a couple of years, I trust. And meanwhile, if it's doing that more spay neuters and you can get more capacity, even for an infirmary for saving kittens that come in there because you can isolate them, then again, that's lives saved. And not only our live release rate goes up, but animals survive and they thrive. Otherwise, in some cases, they don't. And we could have saved them. And so that's my point. I mean, it goes back to points I made. And again, this board's been very good about supporting those things. So I don't want to dominate this with that conversation, but I know you're prepared because I intended to bring it up in budget. And so hopefully we'll have some numbers that are good enough to go with that give us some idea what we're going to be with this board so we can make an informed decision about if that's something we want to support or not. So thanks.
Fair enough.
Thanks.
Our next is Dogs Playing for Life. Dogs Playing for Life is a nonprofit that enhances the quality of life of shelter dogs. They will be on site. We have this sponsored for the end of September 2022. What this does is gives us, since we're no longer performing evaluations on dogs, they are taught to play in play groups because the first person that comes to our desk always wants to know, how does this dog get along with other dogs? How does this dog get along with people? So we'll have that documented when they play in play groups on a daily basis. Our animal care fair, I really want to draw attention to this. It is scheduled for Saturday, November 5th, 2022. I'm going to be intently be bringing this to light and promoting this event very soon, but it's to honor our fallen officer, Animal Control Officer Roy Markham. It'll mark the 10-year anniversary of this tragic death, and his daughter has asked for an animal care fair in his honor, which will be held on site at the big dog play area across the way, the dog park, with the dedication of this gorgeous sign. We already have it placed and picked out. It's already ordered. And we have Galt Police Department so far who has dedicated, they will be out for entertainment with their canine units and performing that because the public always likes to see the canine units coming out. We have a new, what's called Shelter Shop. It's really the Critter Outfitter. This is a store that's built inside our facility that was ran once before by Team. After COVID, they have decided they no longer want to be in there. So this community is very generous with donations, so we're putting the donations in there, and we want to start being more generous with our adopters, our foster parents, where they can go pick up the necessary supplies that they need to keep these animals at home. We are going to, in the very near future, update our pet adoption photos to more glamour shots. This increases your adoption rates. Our pictures are horrible on our website. That's another thing that we are planning on updating is our website presence. It needs to be much more updated and user-friendly and nice to look at. Our community cat program, we're going to develop
Yes, Supervisor,
sorry.
please. Yeah,
Back to the glamour photos.
Yes.
Have you already retained the services of a capable photographer?
No, but
I'd like to offer my services free of charge. I think that'd be a fun project to do.
Oh, I would love that.
Every morning at 6 o'clock, you got to be out there taking pictures.
That's right.
You and Supervisor Natoli come out at the same time. You take pictures, he can walk the dogs.
He can take the pictures.
There you go.
So I can clean the kennels.
We would love that.
All right.
It definitely makes a difference in increasing life saving and in getting dogs out the door faster.
Agreed.
Great.
Our Batmobile, we've spoken about our Batmobile, but our goal is to get this back out into the community, to the underserved communities, with the veterinarian and RVTs on site. Some other futuristic, we are hiring a full-time PIO for animal services. We've had a part-time PIO, and now we get a full-time one. She should be, as soon as she passes background, she will be on board. We've hired a new assistant director. I would like you to welcome our new assistant director, Jose Gonzalez. He comes to us with a degree from UC Davis, years of experience working with WAG hotels, and he was the operations manager at a large city shelter. So I want him to come up and just say a couple words. Jose.
Hello, good morning or good afternoon. Chair Natoli, board members, I just want to thank everybody for making my transition to the county very welcomed. So thank you for that. And otherwise, I can speak very highly of the county. I'm born and raised in Sacramento County, so a product of all the work that's been done here in this room. So thank you for that. And otherwise, my expertise is in really the operational aspect of running animal shelters, animal businesses. So I look forward to getting my feet wet, developing programs, and supporting Annette in all the great things that we have ahead of us. And just thank everyone here for their support. A very passionate group. I think that was one of the most exciting things about joining this organization was just the passion and the commitment to life saving. I think that's makes a tremendous difference for all of us to have that support. So thank you for that.
Great. Well, welcome, Jose. We welcome you here. Thanks. Great.
So our journey, as you've seen that we've shared here today, does not reflect the title of who we are and who we'd like to be. So I'm not looking for action today, but I can tell you I'd like to come back before this board and change our name from Sacramento County Animal Care and Regulation to Sacramento County Animal Care Services.
Great.
So you'll see us in the very near future. We'll come back to this board. So the next slide, please. This is a video, if you could just press play. This is something staff wanted to do.
Team Bradshaw, we save lives!
So I leave you with that. We save lives for a living, so please join us at Sacramento County's Bradshaw Animal Shelter and save a life today.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thanks, Annette.
Questions? Next slide.
Yep.
Pretty pictures.
Great. All right, Supervisor Frost.
I just want to thank you for your report and say I'm super excited to have you there. You're obviously an inspirational leader, so thank you for your leadership.
Great. You're welcome. Thanks, Sue. Okay, Supervisor Cerna.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Annette, for the presentation. And, you and I have had a chance to talk one-on-one with my staff, and I was very impressed with kind of your passion and the energy you bring to the post. And I think you know very well, as we all do, that the real champion on this board for all things animal care and welfare has been Supervisor Natoli over the years, and we certainly take a lot of mental notes from him in terms of that particular responsibility on behalf of the county. And I can assure you that despite the fact that he won't be serving as a supervisor in less than a year, I think the fact that he's left us with a real strong charge to never forget about the animals is something you and your staff should assume and know very well that just because he may not be up here, that we won't be watching with a very careful eye, and certainly trying to be as forceful and effective an advocate for our animal constituents as he's been. So I don't issue it as a warning of any sort, but I do think it's worth mentioning, because I think there might be some out there that think that when Don's not here doing what he's been doing for decades, that we won't apply a mindful eye, but we will.
Good.
Thank you.
Bill. Thanks. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are great comments, Supervisor Cerna. Yes, I think I'm very confident that we will all pick up the mantle and honor Supervisor Natoli's legacy, certainly, and that I, too, really thank you very much and your staff for all your work. You are clearly a transformational leader when it comes to this area, and just really appreciate your passion and your dedication to the animals, and I look forward to another tour out there again soon. My wife is pressuring me to go adopt another middle-aged dog, so I may be out there sooner than I expected.
You should bring David with you, because his family's pressuring him and he has not done it yet.
There's the 2-for-1 deals, right? Yeah.
Right.
Well, yeah.
Thank you. I just really feel compelled to add on because since Annette has been in place, my job has become exponentially easier because she is managing that department better than ever. And I also would be remiss if I didn't thank David Villanueva. Animal care has not always received the attention that it needs and deserves from the county executive's office, and David has embraced it and provided guidance and support for Annette and her team. I'm really pleased with what they're doing out there. I think it's making a difference in the lives of animals. So thank you, Annette and team, and thank you, David.
Thank you, David. Yes.
Well, I would echo what's been said, certainly about you, Annette, and the department. And again, I thank my colleagues, certainly current colleagues, but those over the years that have been supportive, again, because as was said, it wasn't always so. Even during the Great Recession, as much as we had a brand new shelter, we just had occupied that, the staffing was cut by about in half for our animal care, but we've brought it back, and certainly I think with your leadership, certainly with Jose, congratulations again to him. I think the folks that have worked for many years to save lives, to provide good customer service, and to part of it's rehoming but returning pets to their owners, and really taking an interest in good outcomes. It makes a difference all the way around, and I think it. As your handwritten note on your board said, that obviously if you hadn't had a chance to have that closeness with a pet, with an animal, something may be missing. But we have a lot of folks that are dedicated. It's good to see the team that you're building out there. I think the efforts you're deploying as it relates to certifying folks to be free of fear, to understand animals and animal behavior and some unpredictability that comes with that, but nonetheless to best serve the public that we all serve, but certainly serve our four-legged friends. And again, kudos. Again, the alive release rate is significantly better than it was obviously 10 or 12 years ago, but it's a constant, as you said. The in and out, and being a public shelter to service people in the way we do and the animals is very commendable. So again, thank you for your leadership. We do have a public speaker on this, and so unless there's any other questions or comments, so Annette, thank you so much. And well, I would just lastly say, good to hear about the name change. Again, if you needed an intent motion today, you'd have that from me, but we'll give you the chance to bring that back here in a short amount of time. So thanks, that's great. All right, so with that, Dan Adderholt, Dan, you signed up to speak to this, and do we have anybody on the phone, Madam Chair, Clerk?
We do not. Hang on just a second.
Okay. Okay, Dan, thanks for your patience.
Yeah, I like to say Annette's doing a fabulous job. She's out here. She's actually came out in the Parkway and walked together with us, and she got to see what it's like on the Parkway, and she got to see what me and my wife are doing on a daily basis, saving animals out there. And Annette came through shining colors when the animal was hurt. She helped that animal. She got on the phone right away without an instant thought. Boom, she was on the phone making phone calls, trying to get the animal help. That spoke louder than words to me and my wife. We're actually proud to work together with Bradshaw. We'd like to join their workshop, working together with them as a nonprofit doing outreach. Keywords outreach right now. The Batmobile is a good thing, but we need a lot of them. We're trying to be unrealistic here. We need more. But but the outreach is a key word right now. Until that Batmobile is out in the field and everything, we need to be outreach and working together, keeping in touch with each other, getting help each other animals, and do transportation like me and my wife do transportation for bringing animals to Bradshaw. And I want to thank you, Don Nolly, for your support and helping the neighborhood fund. I appreciate that. Yeah. That's going to come greatly handy with doing TNR and helping animals with food and stuff. I greatly appreciate it. Don Nolly will make that known here in public. He's also helped. And I'd like to talk to you again sometime and have you come out the Parkway again and work together out there. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Dan. Thanks for your efforts. Okay. Very good. Well, this is a receiving file, and we thank certainly Annette for preparing it, for all the staff that contributed and what they do every day there. And we'll see an action item back, I trust, shortly on the name change. And I know we'll have some more discussion during budget, so very good. All right. Well, thank you all. Thanks for your patience, and I guess we'll call the next item.
Okay, item 42 is the report on COVID-19 response and update on monkeypox virus. It's also a request for ratification of proclamations of local public health emergency and state of local emergency for monkeypox.
Okay, very good. Dr. Seri, good to see you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Dr. Olivia Kasiri, Public Health Officer. I will be joined by Mary Jo Flynn from OES after I finish my comments. I do have just a few comments about COVID-19, and then if there are no questions, I'll move on to comments about monkeypox. Right now, what we're seeing is we still have a plateau, although from the last report that we got, our numbers did dip a bit to 27.5 per 100,000. When we look at the genetic typing, most of the specimens are subvariant B4 and B5, but we do know that there are others that are floating around. I also want to point out that right now we are working with RCCC on an outbreak. Most of the individuals that have tested positive have very mild symptoms or no symptoms. So we have a protocol in place and we are working with them. We also provided a financial report for you, and just wanted to note that with the general fund, which was CARES money that was converted into general fund, we have 1.2 million that was returned. We're still working with ELC funds and funds that were provided to the immunization program, and those go through July 31st of 2024. Those are the comments I have for COVID. Don't know if there are any questions.
Let me stop there for a pause there for a moment. Any questions? Okay, Supervisor Frost and Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Dr. Kasiri. I have a question relating to the PCR testing on COVID. Couple of questions. I've seen data that suggests that the PCR, when they're doing the PCR test, that they're looking for molecules. And I've been studying about it, and they talk about if they go into the PCR test, they find molecules, which, there's millions of, it would be hard to separate out the virus you're looking for, so they use a primer in order to identify the virus or the illness that they're looking for. And in the case of COVID, apparently they didn't, I was reading on the CDC website that they did not have a virus isolate, so they used an in silico or a computer-generated code for the PCR testing in order to identify the virus, okay? And as I continued my research online and on the CDC website, there was a CDC 2019 novel coronavirus 2019 NCOV real-time RT-PCR diagnostic panel. It was a detection of viral RNA that that it was basically a publication by CDC that was giving instructions on the PCR testing. And in that publication, CDC stated, and I quote, "The detection of viral RNA may not indicate the presence of infectious virus or that 2019 NCOV is the causative agent for clinical symptoms," meaning that a positive test doesn't guarantee that the COVID virus is causing the infection. Then on the FDA website, from the FDA, I was looking at LabCorp COVID-19 RT-PCR test EUA summary that was reviewed by the FDA, and in that document, and I quote, that they wrote, results are for the identification of SARS-CoV-2 2-RNA. The SARS-CoV-2 2-RNA is generally detectable in respiratory specimens during the acute phase of infection. Positive results are indicative of the presence of SARS-CoV-2 RNA. Clinical correlation with patient history and other diagnostic information is necessary to determine patient infection status. Positive results do not rule out bacterial infection or co-infection with other viruses. The agent detected may not be the definite cause of disease. And then they further say, and I quote, negative results do not preclude SARS-CoV-2 infection and should not be used as a sole basis for patient management decisions. Negative results must be combined with clinical observations and patient history and epidemiological information. So on the one hand, we claim that the test can generally be detect the presence of COVID virus in a patient, but we admit that the agent detected on the test, by which we mean COVID, may not be the definite cause of the disease. And we also admit that unless the patient has an acute infection, we can't find COVID. Therefore, the idea that asymptomatic patients confirmed by the test is not it's not accurate, and even though positive tests for COVID may not indicate the actual test of the disease, all positive tests must be reported and they will be counted as COVID case regardless. So I think I went on and I did some more research. This is interesting because then one of the PCR test manufacturers, Creative Diagnostics, actually published on their website, the products from Creative Diagnostics are for research use only and are not intended for therapeutic and diagnostic applications. So with that, I think my question is, my first question it goes to the variance, because if there's a primer that and a computer in silico code that is priming the test and telling the test what to look for and identify, did we change that code with each of the variant? Is there a different code with each variant? Or how would, if we're testing for COVID and we're giving a COVID-19 vaccine, how would we know which variant they had? And so I guess that was my first question, because I think I was curious to know, because what I learned from the CDC website is that it's in silico, which is something created in a computer. It's not an actual virus isolate that they're using in order to prime the PCR test. And so my question is, this goes to the data, because we are basically, we have a pandemic based on numbers of positive tests. People are being sent home. Businesses are being closed because of these positive cases of COVID, which the CDC and FDA and even this PCR test kit manufacturer, which I think there are several, so this is only, I understand this is just one. How do we know the data and the numbers is accurate if we can't guarantee that the test positive is actual? We can't diagnose, according to CDC and FDA. They're saying cannot be used for diagnostic purposes.
Thank you. You asked a number of questions, so I'm hoping that I'll be able to answer most of them. I think one thing to note is it's really difficult when you're picking and choosing statements from different articles and putting them together to come to a conclusion, because I think you need to read each article in its fullness, because it fully explains what they're talking about in each of those articles. I want to mention also that the variants, it's a different test. It's not the PCR that detects the variants. This is done with a different test called genotyping, which actually gets the particles of the virus and figures out what the genetic makeup is, and that's how we know what variants are available. As far as the PCR, its accuracy, I just want to mention that, again, the PCR is a methodology that we use for not only COVID-19, we use it for a lot of different diseases. In fact, I'll mention that even for monkeypox, we are using PCR to make the diagnosis. It's very accurate. What it does do, yes, it is able to detect particles of the virus within a specimen, and in order to be able to amplify it and make sure that it is the right signal, it does use primers. If you do need additional detail about how that is run, I can definitely have our lab director come and provide additional detail on that, how the specimen is run. As far as the vaccine, we know that they are producing a vaccine that will take into account the newer variants, but we also know that the vaccine is still very effective regardless of what variant we have, especially for preventing severe disease and death. I'm hoping that I've answered all the questions that you brought up.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, so you said they're creating a vaccine. Are people still getting the emergency use authorization, the original COVID vaccine?
I think we covered that already before and mentioned that the Pfizer vaccine does have full approval.
Okay, well, the EUA has full approval and Comirnaty has approval. They're two different vaccines covered by a different liability shield. And yes, we did cover that.
Yes.
My next question is on the variants. You said there were different testing for the variants. What kind of testing? Is it PCR testing with a different code then? Because that's what I was asking. Is there a different code that they just put into the same test? Or
the variants
is it a
do
different
not
test?
use PCR.
Okay.
The variant test is called genotyping. It's totally different. And what they do is actually work out what the genetic makeup of the virus is. So totally different from PCR.
Is that a blood test?
No, it's not.
Is it a saliva? What kind of test is it?
They use the same specimen that they use. In fact, they can use different specimens. For example, we do have the sewage surveillance system. They use genetic typing for that. So there are different specimens that could be used. It's just a matter of being able to identify and separate out the virus from the specimen.
Okay, so, and then my last question is on this is, if we used the PCR test for COVID-19 and if it could potentially pick up other viruses and if it's not able to be used for diagnostic purposes, that people can be, in the CDC website, they said people can be testing positive that don't necessarily have it. They said people can test negative that they can't guarantee they don't have it. So how do we know our data is accurate if we don't have a test that's foolproof and the CDC and FDA are saying they have to be symptomatic, they need to be actually diagnosed with more than a PCR? Are we using those asymptomatic cases as positive? Does a positive COVID case in the data that's presented by the CDC, I know it's handed down to you, is that including just those, all of the COVID positives even if they're asymptomatic? Because a lot of people test positive and they go home and they say, well, I don't feel anything, but I guess I must have it, you know. Is all that data included in those numbers?
We do know that from studies that have been done that people who are asymptomatic can pass on the disease to others, and that is why we take the precaution that even if a person does not have symptoms, if they test positive, that they do need to isolate. As far as for diagnostic, especially if somebody is going to get treated, definitely they do need to have a clinician who will review not just the test but the symptoms as well.
Can you provide me the study or how we know that if you're asymptomatic you can transfer a disease? Because there's controversy over that in my conversations.
Yeah, I will ask my staff to get the articles and we'll send them over.
Okay, that's all I have for now. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Frost.
Oh,
Supervisors-
I'm sorry. I
Yeah,
had
go
one
ahead.
more.
Okay, go ahead.
Are we near? Is you're bringing a monkeypox emergency? Is this on top of COVID? Is this included with COVID? Is it a second emergency? And are we ending the COVID emergency? Do you see that winding down?
Definitely, it seems like the numbers are going down. We still have a response going, and that's the reason for us to continue with the COVID emergency. And we are keeping in alignment with the state on that. What we are bringing before you is a separate one for monkeypox, and I would like to go through some points to explain to you what we've been going through, what our response is, what our challenges are.
You're going to do that in just a moment, though.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And I just wanted to confirm, you did say that it's asymptomatic and symptomatic is included in the data, in the numbers.
I'm sorry,
Which numbers?
you're talking about COVID?
When you're talking about the number of COVID cases, you're talking about asymptomatic and symptomatic, anyone who tests positive for COVID.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you.
Because all of them are reported to us.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Thanks, Dr. Kasuri. Okay,
Thank
thanks,
you.
Supervisor Frost. Supervisor Serna.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. You may have already answered my question in response to Supervisor Frost, but I assume we are continuing to make use of tracing the virus in our wastewater?
That's correct, yes.
And is that become a more relied upon tool, kind of, I don't want to say post-pandemic because it still, in some respects, feels like we're in the midst of it, but I'm hearing other parts of the country in various news stories reference their reliance on wastewater tracing, and I was wondering if you can speak to that as it relates to what we're experiencing here in Sacramento County.
Yes, the wastewater surveillance is important to us because in addition to the PCR testing, which is what we have, the results is what are reported to us and are on our dashboard, we know that a lot of people are using the antigen test now, and many of them are using home kits, so those do not get reported. And so being able to have the surveillance through the wastewater, which is not dependent on any of those tests, helps us a lot in being able, as an additional tool, to be able to monitor the numbers within the community. And also it's part of what we use also to be able to detect variants that are circulating within the community.
Is that particular tool going to be something that we use in perpetuity, or is there at some point will we not rely on that or need to rely on that? And will that be kind of indicative or around the same time that you feel that there's enough herd immunity or enough of the population that's been vaccinated and boosted that we begin to think and behave towards COVID the way we do with influenza?
The wastewater surveillance will continue. I'm not aware of any end date to it. It is actually run by the state in collaboration with, I believe, a group from Stanford. So we just receive the results. We're not actively involved in running the program.
Got it. Okay. And then my other question was, as it relates to contact tracing, are we still doing contact tracing when it comes to reports of an individual being at, maybe exposed to large groups of people that is tested positive?
We are still doing contact tracing, but we're focusing on certain settings, hospital settings, congregate settings such as the jail or long-term care facilities.
So what would be the general advice to someone who might be concerned because they were recently with a large group and has recently tested positive? What would your advice be to them in terms of what you feel they should be obligated to do in terms of, letting people know?
So in those situations, definitely one is to make sure that they remain isolated. Also to remind them that there is treatment available. So if they are exhibiting symptoms, they can reach out to their healthcare provider or pharmacy to be able to get access to the Paxlovid. If it is part of a large group, oftentimes they do report it to either the organizers of what that large group, or if it's a workplace, they report it that way as well, and those reports get to us as well. What we've found, though, lately is a lot of the people that are testing positive, it's apart from, of course, the very large events, it's also related to travel, especially by air.
Mm-hmm. So, but the advice is to continue to, I guess, on a case-by-case basis, use your own best judgment as to whether or not to take the personal initiative to notify others that you've tested positive.
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Phil. Any other questions by board members on the COVID portion of the presentation?
I just wanted to say that I will provide to the board clerk the information that I have. There was a comment that insinuated that I was picking and choosing something out of a larger document that, but the information that I was reading from was listed under the limitations in a full document. I wanted to make sure everybody had that, so I'll provide that to the board clerk to make sure it goes in the record.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Frost. All right, if there's nothing further on that portion of the presentation, I need to ask too, I know we have one speaker signed up. Do we have folks on the phone that are people in the queue?
We have one caller for now.
Okay, very good. Okay, thanks.
Was she going to do the monkeypox?
Yes, I'm going to get that. I just want to know how many people we had in the queue. So, okay, we're going to the next portion. Dr. Gitseri, go ahead.
Sure.
Yeah.
So we're notified of our first case of monkeypox on May 21st. This was a healthcare provider who reported it to us, and preliminary tests at our public health lab showed a positive results, which was later confirmed by the CDC. After the initial cluster of 8 cases, we did have a period of about 3 weeks where we did not have any additional cases, but we were aware that there were cases that were being identified in places such as the Bay Area and Southern California. And subsequently, the cases that we've received in Sacramento have been related to travel to either of those areas or areas within the United States. To date, as of the last report we have 73 cases. The highest number of cases are among people in their 30s, about 42.5%, followed by those in their 20s, about 23.3%. We also have had 2 pediatric cases reported. One is still being investigated, and the other was identified through contact tracing as household member of somebody who we had already identified. Most of the cases, 71 of them, are among males, and we have 2 females identified. By race ethnicity, about 44% are among Hispanics and 37% among whites. In the first cases that we received, most of them had very mild disease with limited lesions, but now we are getting more and more cases of individuals with more disseminated lesions all over their body, and some of them do experience very severe pain. And as a result of the pain, we have 24 that have visited the emergency room, and 3 have been hospitalized. No deaths. The response, the way that we organize it, is in 6 teams. We have the Incident Command Team, which does the planning, data analysis, communication, budgets, and resource requests. Then we have the Communicable Disease Control Team, which you hear most about, that does the case reporting, investigation, and contact tracing, and coordinates all the treatment and isolation. We also have the Vaccine Team that is holding the vaccination clinics in the community, as well as making sure that identified contacts are vaccinated. The vaccine that we're using is called Jynneos, which is given as a 2-dose series. We have received so far about 3,000 doses in Sacramento County. About 1,000 of those have been given by our staff, and about 2,000 is redistributed to our partners such as Pucci's Pharmacy and Kaiser and other healthcare providers as well. Then we also have the Public Health Lab team, which conducts the testing. This is done on a machine called GeneXpert, and it does use PCR as well. We also have a clinical team that coordinates specimen collection, treatment, and clearance. We are very fortunate to have UC Davis, a partnership with UC Davis. The treatment is called TPOXX. It's an oral medication, but in order to be able to get approval to administer it, institutions have to go through a very rigorous approval process with the CDC, and UC Davis was one of the first ones that was actually able to get the approval. So we've been able to provide treatment to a lot of our patients. To date, I think 34 have received the treatment. Since UC Davis started, now Kaiser has also started providing treatment as well. We also have a law enforcement CD team, which we usually call LECDAC, which consists of, which usually is there to provide us with legal advice and support for enforcement of isolation orders. The team includes county council, DA's office, and the sheriff's office, and representation from the city departments, and also hospitals and EMS, and probation, and we have others added depending on what the situation is. The main challenges that we have faced, one is that some patients have difficulty accessing testing through outpatient clinics, or they may end up having long waits in emergency departments. And although we have a clinic that is able to do testing, we do have limited slots available. The second challenge is that we have very limited vaccine, and we have had to prioritize those at highest risk of exposure, which is the contacts and also individuals that we have identified as being at high risk. We've also had to delay second doses, which has led to frustration to community members, and my understanding is probably some of them have reached out to you already. The second doses are available to eligible individuals with confirmed immunosuppression, and we require a provider attestation in order to do that. The patients that have to be on isolation may need to be on isolation for 2 to 4 weeks in order to have the lesions completely heal, and this has ended up with financial hardship for a lot of patients. And also some of them have difficulty with isolating because they might have unstable housing or they might actually be unhoused. As I mentioned again, we have limited number of institutions that are able to provide treatment. Right now it's UC Davis and Kaiser. We also have had challenges with being able to provide education to the community at risk, because we've had to balance our message between being able to state what the risk is, but at the same time making sure that that community is not stigmatized or ostracized. Most of the cases that we have had have been among men who have sex with men in the gay community, and as we know, that community has faced a lot of backlash especially when you look back at the HIV/AIDS era. So there's a lot of trauma there, and we've tried to be able to balance our messages with trying to get through to them, but at the same time not getting them stigmatized. I do want to point out also that it's important for people to know that, yes, the outbreak that we have right now has been in this community, in the MSM community, but monkeypox can affect anybody, and that's why it's really important for us to continue with the messaging. Our needs for additional resources include, one, expanding testing. As I mentioned, a lot of people are having difficulty with accessing testing, and so we would like to be able to contract with some of our partners, such as the Mobile Integrated Health System that helped us during COVID to be able to help with expanding our testing. We also want to be able to expand treatment beyond just being able to have UC Davis. Pucci's Pharmacy has offered, and we're in the process of trying to see if they would be able to get through all the paperwork and help with the treatment as well. There has been a financial need, as I mentioned, with a lot of people. And we've worked with DHA, and they've been very generous, especially when individuals are unhoused or have unstable housing. They've given us vouchers, but their vouchers are limited. And so we want to be able to provide more support to individuals, as well as provide financial support, because if we tell somebody to be off of work to 2 to 4 weeks, how are they going to eat? Some of them don't even have transportation. And so we'd like to set up a system very similar to what we were able to do for COVID, and have that available for monkeypox as well. And we want to continue collaborating with our CBO partners to be able to expand education. Lastly, as I ask Mary Jo to join me, I want to mention that the proclamation of the state of local emergency and local public health emergency does not signify an increase in risk to the residents. The proclamations do enable the county, though, to be more effective in the response, and also to be able to access mutual aid, as well as be able to access funds that will be available. We have requested, and I know that the state has also requested to the CDC to be able to use the ELC funds. Those were specific for COVID-19, and so we haven't been able to use them for monkeypox, but we would need approval from CDC for that, so we're hoping that it will come soon. In the meantime, I've been working with county exec to be able to put together a budget that will help us in knowing what the needs are, so that they can assist us with that. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Mary Jo, and I'll be on standby for questions.
Okay, just before we go to Mary Jo, I just wanted to ask you, Dr. Saribias, if memory serves me correct, that during the pandemic, the emergency declaration in the amendment to it fell under your sole authority, didn't require board ratification. Now, obviously, emergency declarations of different types do require board action. What differs here with the monkeypox from what was previously the standard during? Is it because there was a pandemic declaration that then, because again, as you revise those orders and put them out and so forth?
And of course,
Do you want me to interject on that one?
Oh, sure, yeah, I'm just curious, because again, as I see I see 4 copies or 2 copies of each of these here, and it's ratifying, and you have the declarations, and so I'm curious.
So I can explain the differences if you
Okay.
would like me to.
Sure.
So what you're being asked to do today, you were asked to do during the COVID emergency. The first action was the proclamation of a public health emergency, which is what happened in March of 2020. And then the board ratified that proclamation within 7 days, as is required by the Health and Safety Code. The public health orders that you're referring to
Yes.
do not need board approval, and that's not, I don't believe, what Dr. Kay is asking for today. So that's the difference.
But those could follow in the event that they were necessitated, and they do not require board action. Is that?
That's correct.
Okay, that distinction is important. I was kind of mixing them up in my own mind. So, okay, thanks. Thanks, Dr. Kasari. Any other questions of her? We'll come back to. Did you want to ask her a question about her presentation? I was going to let Mary Jo finish.
Either way.
Okay, let's just let Mary Jo finish, and we'll go back to the whole entire item. Mary Jo, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Natoli and members of the board. My name is Mary Jo Flynn Nevins, and I'm your Chief of Emergency Services. So before you is also a ratification of a local proclamation of emergency for monkeypox. And the Office of Emergency Services stands ready to assist public health in any support or coordination that they may have, and in any access to additional resources that may come our way, especially in terms of federal or state funding. So the next step that our office will take after this ratification is to submit that ratification and proclamation and resolution to Cal OES with a transmittal letter requesting California Disaster Assistance Act, or CDAA, funding, and also for FEMA public assistance under the Stafford Act. Those funding streams are not guaranteed, but a requirement of asking for those funding streams is a local proclamation of emergency. So that's one portion of this request. Another portion of this request involves certain immunities that will help protect healthcare workers who are working at the request of public health. Immunities, the proclamation will provide certain immunities for agents and officers of the county, and as we've brought to the board before, for our disaster service workers who are volunteering at the request of public health. And we'll also provide any mechanisms to expand services as needed by public health. So the local proclamation of emergency, which is different than the public health, needs to be renewed every 60 days. And so we'll return to the board with that renewal as necessary, or a request to cancel that emergency to keep them distinct and separate from other emergency proclamations that are in place. So with that, if you have any questions for me or for Dr. Kasirier.
Okay, good. Thanks, Mary Jo. Okay, we do have Supervisor Frost.
Okay, thank you. I was wondering if we know of the 64 monkeypox cases in the report, how many of those were vaccinated with the COVID-19 vaccine?
I think COVID-19 is totally different from the monkeypox, so they're totally unrelated.
No, the question is how many were vaccinated, do we know?
No.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is because the COVID-19 vaccine in the VAERS, there are numerous side effects from that vaccine and catastrophic reports on deaths and vaccine injuries, myocarditis, heart attacks, strokes, reproductive issues, fetal deaths, Guillain-Barré, neurologic issues, autoimmune issues. And so the reason I'm asking is I wonder if, and we saw that, I wonder if this could be, do we know that they were monkeypox? Because could they be something like the autoimmune disease that presents itself, like with people who have autoimmune diseases, they get shingles and herpes, and we saw that in the 1980s with the HIV, and it was determined at that time that there were vaccine injuries that caused autoimmune issues. So I wonder if the monkeypox could be connected to that. That's the reason I asked.
If I may answer that one, monkeypox is caused by a virus, totally different from COVID. The monkeypox virus is similar but milder than the smallpox virus. And all the cases that we are reporting to you, these are individuals that had lesions and were tested and found to be positive with monkeypox. Not only with our public health lab, the specimens are sent to CDC for confirmation.
Have they isolated that virus? Is it isolated with the gold standard, Koch's postulate, where they isolate the virus, separate it, isolate it, and show that it can spread to others?
The virus has been known for a long time, since the 1950s. There have been outbreaks in the past. This is the first time that we are dealing with an outbreak of this magnitude, and that is why there is additional concern.
So is the virus isolated, though?
Yes.
Can you provide that data for me?
It's from the 1950s. I will try, but I don't know if I'll be able to get it. Yeah.
If you can, it would be great. I'm not interested in an isolate that's just a cell grown with kidney and chemicals in a petri dish. I'm interested in Koch's postulate, which is the gold standard of isolating viruses. It's what identifies, if it separates out the virus and identifies that that's what's causing it. You answered some of my questions, but I just had one or two more. On the CDC website, it said that there's no data on the effectiveness of this Genos, but it's not. It didn't say there were any danger. It didn't seem like there were any prohibiting, saying it was unhealthy to give. But there was another vaccine there called ACAM 2000, where they recommended that people with mRNA treatments should not take that vaccine since the COVID shot. Since, I guess, if you've had mRNA treatment, there was some kind of counteraction with this, and this could be bad for people. Okay, so my question to you is, since so many people have had this COVID-19 shot, which it's not a typical vaccine with a dead antigen, it's actually a mRNA gene therapy, and there is a caution here for people who have had that. They shouldn't have this other vaccine. Are we sure that the Genos is, that there's no contraindications for that vaccine with people that had the COVID-19 vaccine?
So if I may backtrack a little bit, there are two vaccines that are available. They were both actually manufactured mainly for smallpox. The ACAM 2000 is the older one. It's the one that probably you're all familiar with. The challenge with the ACAM 2000 is that it is a live virus, even though it is a... And so there are risks with it in that... and also the way that the vaccination is done, it does require a different technique. And if you recall some years back when some people were vaccinated for smallpox, some of them did have complications of heart complications. So we are not using the ACAM 2000. We are using the Genos, which is a newer vaccine. It was approved in 2019, also approved for smallpox. But because the monkeypox is in the same group as smallpox, that is why it is being approved for us to be able to use in this outbreak. We have been using it. We have not had any severe side effects. Some people have talked about pain in the arm, but that's about it. It's been very helpful for us to use, especially with contacts. I mentioned to you at the beginning that with the initial case that we got, we identified certain individuals, and we were able to identify who their contacts were and vaccinated them, and that actually stopped the spread from that individual. What we're facing right now is that because the people that are showing up positive now are exposed in different places to different people, it has been more challenging for us to be able to just identify who the contacts are and get them vaccinated. That's the reason why we requested from the state to be able to expand our vaccination to include individuals that were at high risk, and which we did. But again, because of the limits in the vaccine that we have, we're not able to get to everybody that we would like to at this time. But it's definitely been helpful in being able to slow down the spread of the disease. I think once we get enough vaccine that we're able to vaccinate everybody that we identify as high risk, we'll be able to get better control of this outbreak.
It seems like in March of 2020, we shifted from something shifted, and we became a society that gets tests and vaccines, and that's our medical treatment. That's our treatment of choice, is vaccines. And so that's why I have questions about this, because it used to be that medical doctors would, tell you to go home and drink water and open your windows in the wintertime, get fresh air. I'm concerned that we are going to be in a perpetual state of emergency and taking tests and vaccines for the rest of our life. But I will yield the floor with that. You have, I appreciate you answering my questions, and I yield, Chair.
Okay.
If I may
Sure,
just
go ahead.
answer your
Dr. Singh, go
question. I think actually, on the other hand, we are fortunate that we actually have a vaccine that's available. And because if we did not, I think the spread of this monkeypox would have been much faster. I don't think it's enough to tell people to go home and open the windows, because as I mentioned, some of them are getting pretty severe disease, ending up in the hospital, and some of them do have a lot of pain to deal with. And so we would like, as much as possible, to avoid as many of those infections as possible. So I am grateful that we actually have a vaccine that is available at this time, and hopefully we will be able to get an increase in supplies so that we're able to give it to everybody who needs and wants it.
Thanks, Dr. Kasiri. I know we have a couple of speakers. I just wanted to ask one question of you. So you said that at the time, obviously, they were dealing with smallpox going back, 60, 70 years ago. You said this was identified. What's the origination of why it's called monkeypox versus a derivative of smallpox? I'm just curious.
So both smallpox and monkeypox belong to a group of viruses called orthopox.
Okay.
There is a team of people who are responsible for coming up with all these
the names. Okay.
But I think the reason that it was called monkeypox was because it was first identified in a group of monkeys that were being studied, and I guess the name just stuck.
That stuck over. It's down through the decades. So, okay, very good. Thanks. All right, Supervisor Cerna, and then we'll go to some speakers. Good.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Kasiri, for the information. How would you advise this board clearly in terms of specifically what we're being asked to do today in terms of the proclamations around monkeypox? Because the way I understand it is that this is to avail the county of valuable resources and to not affirm the proclamations today would be to ignore the availability of resources to fight another communicable disease. Is that the right way to think about what we're being asked to do today?
Yes, so as much as possible, we have tried to use the resources that we have. Unfortunately, we have an expanded staff that's been able to manage the cases. But where we are having difficulty, as I pointed out, is that there are limited resources in the community for testing, for treatment, and then also for the people who are being asked to isolate. Many of them are facing financial hardship. We don't have the funding for that, and so we need to be able to get that. And by being able to proclaim this emergency, that will help us in being able to contract with partners to help us do the work. And also, once additional funding is available, that will help us get that money as well.
So thank you for the response. That sounds to me, though, that if we were to vote no on the recommended action, it would have the material effect of extending suffering for people, extending hardship for people, ignoring the fact that we do have this, whether we agree with the science or not, we have this disease present in our community. And if we were to vote no, it sounds again to me from your response that we would be kind of derelict in our responsibilities to be the stewards of public health. Would you agree with that?
Well, I would certainly appreciate your support on this.
Said like a true diplomat. All right.
We've gotten pretty good there at the podium, Dr. Kasseri. Okay. All right. Any other questions for Dr. Kasseri or Ms. Nevins? If not, we're going to go to our public speakers. First, we'll go the one in chambers. Paul Curtis has been very patient, and I think we have someone on the line as well. So, Paul.
Good afternoon, Chair Natoli and board members. Many of you know me, but for a little background for those who don't, my name is Paul Curtis. I've been in Sacramento for over 30 years, been very involved in a lot of different areas in the county. Background with regards to this subject, I tested positive for HIV in 1987 when I still lived in Seattle. Since I moved here to Sacramento, I've been very involved in the HIV and AIDS community, co-founded Capital City AIDS Funds, which served to raise funds for the service providers, and served on the board of and was board chair of CARES, the Center for AIDS Research, Education, and Services, which provided services to the HIV and AIDS community. It eventually became an FQHC as One Community Health. I bring that up because the similarities between HIV and AIDS in the early days and between monkeypox right now is incredibly similar. The level of disinformation, the lack of services, the stigma, is incredibly similar. And that's what the need for this proclamation is all about. I got the vaccine, the monkeypox vaccine, about 30 days ago. That makes me eligible for the second dose. But right now, none of us are getting the second dose. It is the first time that I did hear that there is a possibility for those of us who have an immune-compromised system to get the second dose. But I also would hesitate only in that it's incredibly important that everyone get a dose. I do want to commend the county for the work that they've done. From the beginning of the first case here in Sacramento County, the public health department here has been incredibly responsive. I work closely with Sunburst Projects, one of the agencies here in town. They've done vaccines clinics. They have another one coming up Wednesday. That one was filled within half a day. There's people clamoring for the vaccine across the board. It's not the county's fault there because they depend on how many vaccines they get from the state through the federal government, and there's just a lack of enough vaccines. But the fact is, it's really, really needed. It's spreading through our community. Based on this report, with 65 cases, That's 5.5% of all the cases in the state right now. While that may seem like a small number, it's not for Sacramento County. We have a real crisis here in this county with that. Another couple of facts that haven't really been shared. When you get the monkeypox, and I have friends who've gotten it, it's been incredibly painful, incredibly debilitating. It's not like the COVID cases where you maybe wait 10 to 12 days, you wait till you test negative and you're okay. You may, if you're vaccinated, have a mild case. If you're not, you can get pretty sick and die, as many have. You have to wait until all of the lesions have healed. That means, and they're incredibly painful, all of the lesions have to scab over, then the scabs have to fall off and you have to form new skin. Until that time, you're infectious. That can last weeks and weeks and weeks. So anybody who gets it is, again, stuck at home. They can't do anything. They can't work or anything. So the hardships on that level, as addressed by Dr. Cassiria, are very, very serious, and they need the help. I know I'm running out of time, but I'll hurry.
Go ahead. I extend. Go ahead.
But it's just, this is an absolute crisis in our community. Everybody in the gay community is incredibly concerned about it. But the fact is, too, is it's not just a gay disease. This is not a sexually transmitted infection as compared to gonorrhea and the other things that we deal with. But it's the stigma that's out there is that this is a gay disease. That's part of what we have to work on and addressing out there. So I think I'll just summarize by saying this is an absolute crisis in our county. There's a real need for the resources to address this, to help the people that are dealing with this virus. I urge you to pay attention to the facts and to the science in this case. I know that you've received letters and emails urging you not to vote in support. And I would urge you to just think of the humanity of this, of the crisis that our county is facing right now, and urge you strongly to vote in support of this proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Thanks, Paul. I think Supervisor Frost, you had a question?
So I just wanted to clarify that
Yeah.
the Janus, the information I have, I did not say that it would be a problem with autoimmune diseases. As far as the Janus, it says it's safe to administer to people with HIV and eczema or other exfoliative skin conditions. It was the ACAM 2000 that had a statement regarding should not be given to anyone with HIV or someone who's been treated with mRNA, which has been shown to create autoimmune disorders.
Appreciate the
So
clarification.
I wanted to clarify because I thought I might have planted a seed and you might have understood what I said wrong. So.
Okay. And I did get a clarification from my doctor before I got the vaccine, because I got it through Sunburst and not through Kaiser where I get my care. So I wanted to make sure there wasn't a contraindication on my part for getting it as well. And my doctor confirmed that I was entirely safe in getting it. It's just, this is really spreading through the community. And again, I've had friends who've gotten it, and it's way worse. While it's not fatal like COVID can be potentially, the side effects are incredibly debilitating. It's incredibly painful. It's also, there's been discussion around the fact that it's a variant and that it's evolved from what the monkeypox virus was before. The new cases seem to be centering around lesions around the genital areas, front and back. And that's different from what the original virus and cases were. So things are changing with this. They have to do more work in there. Also, just to give you one more point on that, the CDC is considering a new way to do the vaccine where they would only do 1/5 of the vaccine that they currently give that I got in a way to spread the vaccine around and get more people vaccinated. Fully understand that. I'd want to read the science on that and whether if I was to get the vaccine as a first-time person, if I just wanted to get 1/5 of a vaccine, so to speak. But the federal government is recognizing that we have to do everything we can to combat this now. And that's why I wanted to speak to you about this today.
Great.
Thank you.
Now, I'm curious to know how many people who are getting it receive the COVID vaccine, the mRNA vaccine.
I would say everybody within my collection of friends and everybody that I know has gotten the COVID vaccine, that has gotten the monkeypox vaccine, has gotten the COVID vaccine. We strongly believe in the efficacy of vaccines.
But did they get monkeypox, the ones that got monkeypox?
All the ones that I know that got the monkeypox vaccine did get the COVID vaccine.
I mean, the disease, people who got the monkeypox disease or the sickness, people who had symptoms.
Oh, I see. The disease, did they get the monkeypox vaccine?
Did they get the COVID vaccine?
Among the few people that I know that got the monkeypox virus, the disease, the few that I know, and this is just anecdotal, but they did get the COVID vaccine.
Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Phil?
Paul, before you leave, since you do have a microphone and perhaps a viewing audience, are there any resources you'd like to share, whether websites or centers that folks can avail themselves to that can learn more about what's offered in especially the LGBTQ community?
I know in the LGBTQ community, we've done a lot to try and spread information about it. Outward Magazine is our gay publication, so to speak, and they've done a series of articles that Ted Ross has written for the publication to spread the information out there. One thing I would encourage the county to do is put out a formal notice about what the procedures are for those who might be eligible to get the second vaccine, because that hasn't been clarified that I've seen. Maybe it's been out there and I've missed it, but I think it would be helpful to have that as a policy statement for those who might be eligible. Again, for my personal choice, I'll have to think about it because I still think there's so many who need the vaccine. And again, I'm not a health professional, but from what I've been reading of the vaccine, the initial dose gives you a pretty high protection rate. The second dose just extends that protection. So that's how I'm looking at it.
Great. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Paul. Thanks for your comments and for adding that. We do have callers on the phone, I think, or at least one.
We have a couple.
Okay.
Could you transfer the first caller, please? Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I just want to make a clarification. I heard that the Comirnaty vaccine is FDA approved. Actually, it's not available to the public. I couldn't go and get it if it's not available to the public, and I want to clarify that to let everybody know that it's not, that vaccine is not being produced. It's not available to the public. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, caller.
Next caller, please. Oh, sorry, I just have a note. The caller hung up. There was another person, but they hung up.
Okay. So there's no further callers, and then no one else signed up in the chambers. We'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Cerna.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, special thanks to Dr. Kassiri and her staff, now doing double duty on 2 different infectious disease control initiatives. And again, want to thank Paul Curtis, a dear friend of mine, and I know others on this board, and someone that's very knowledgeable and who has, I think, capably informed us today about some of the nuance, especially in the gay community, and how this proclamation is necessary to safeguard not just the gay community, but all everyone that's vulnerable to the monkeypox disease. And so with that, I'm going to move the item.
Okay. All right, it's been moved and seconded to move staff recommendation. We do have, before we vote, we do have Supervisor Frost is in the queue, though. Sue?
I'm not going to support the declaration. Monkeypox cases are low. They said that people rarely die from monkeypox. I do believe in medical freedom, and I encourage people to do their research so they can make informed decisions. Emergency declarations come with policy impacts, and we've witnessed the last 2 years the policy impacts associated with COVID. And so that's why I'm not supporting this proclamation today.
Okay. Thank you. Any other board member before we vote? All right. If no other comments, then please vote.
And And the motion passes with Supervisor Frost recording a no vote.
Okay. Very good. All right. And that concludes then our morning agenda. We do have a closed session, so we'll only be an hour, you believe?
Yes, we'll reconvene at 2:30 because we dropped the 2 p.m.
Oh, we did. Okay, so
Or we need to.
Yeah, I'll be asking the board to continue that to September the 13th when you return.
Okay,
Do
that's
we
the-
need to return at 2 o'clock to do that?
No,
or-
we can do that at
Okay.
2:30.
Thank you.
So that's the hearing on the review of the hearing officer's decision on the tobacco license? Okay.
That was requested by the appellant.
Okay, okay, very good. All right, so we will then adjourn into closed session and return back here to chambers at 2:30, reconvene. Good afternoon. I want to call back into open session the August 9th, 2022 meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors, and thank those who've been waiting patiently. We were a little delayed in getting back into session. We did have a closed session with nothing to report out. So with that, I'll ask Flo to call the roll to reestablish quorum, please.
Okay, Supervisors Cerna?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here.
Desmond? Here. Frost? Here. Natoli?
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Thank you.
For item 43, I need a motion to continue this to September 13th. This was the request for review of hearing officer's decision on the appeal of tobacco retailer's license suspension for Airy Ventures doing business as Aries Market.
Chair would move.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Unanimous vote. So we'll work with the Department of Finance and County Council to narrow down a time for that, but it will be on the 13th of September. For item 44, this is the proposed Art and Arcade Property and Business Improvement District, public hearing to establish the district and levy assessments. Take final actions to establish the district and levy assessments for fiscal year 2022-23. The environmental determination is exempt. And that, oh, never mind.
Great, good. Shine, good. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Natoli and members of the board. I'm Cheyenne Raymond with the County Engineering Division. Property and Business Improvement Districts, also known as PBIDs, provide economic vitality for properties within the district. On June 7th, this board adopted a resolution of intention to form the Art and Arcade PBID, and on July 26th, opened the public hearing to establish the district. During the public hearing, board members inquired about the district boundary around a cluster of parcels at the intersection of Hallmark Drive and Howe Avenue. Staff requested that the public hearing be continued till today to research this particular property and potentially other properties that may share similar characteristics. During our investigation, we determined that this cluster of properties is part of an office condominium. And additionally, that the management district plan identifies common area parcels as non-assessed parcels in the assessment calculations. This standard was applied equally to 4 office condominiums throughout the entire district. Now, as we were discussing this finding internally, one of the options that staff was considering at the direction of the board is to bring this information to the Owners Association to consider how do they want to handle this. If the common areas were to be assessed at the same rate as the underlying land use, this action would have to occur by the Owners Association with a formal request to the county for a modification. Additionally, since the continuation of the hearing, we received 1 protest ballot, which is in possession of the clerk. With that, staff recommends that the board recognize the exempt status of the project under CEQA, resume the public hearing, consider all oral and written testimony, close the public hearing, direct the clerk of the board to read the additional ballot. If there is no majority protest, adopt the two resolutions. Resolution 1 to establish the district, and Resolution 2 to levy assessments for the upcoming fiscal year. That concludes my presentation.
Okay. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you. I appreciate the follow-up and the briefing yesterday and additional conversations. So I think we had identified during the last meeting there were those two anomalies on the map, not anomalies, but those two things that stood out on the map. So you're saying there were actually 4 office condo complexes that are kind of similarly situated in terms of a common area that's not part of the assessment?
That is correct. And the reason why those two stood out is the common areas were not parcelized. So there was no geographic GIS boundary, if you will. However, the two other areas are either subparcels are known as Z parcels, or the common area is parcelized, so they just appear differently in the exhibit.
Okay. And my biggest concern that I discussed with you and with Dave is just to make sure that we're not treating different parcel owners differently. We're treating everybody the same. And these parcels, these common areas attached to these condo complexes that are not being assessed, they're not going to get the services of the PBID. Is that accurate?
So the management district plan identifies a general benefit to non-assessed parcels and parcels that are adjacent to the district, and has determined that in the first year of operation there's about $24,200 in this general benefit, and that the district would raise those funds through district events or grants or other revenue streams that are not through the levy.
Okay, but again, I mean, just in the interest of fairness, it's not as if the owners of these non-assessed parcels are going to get the benefits of the PBID in the same way that the parcels who are assessed are going to get. Is that accurate?
And so the way that the management district plan approaches it is it because of these common areas, that the special benefit isn't the same as or wouldn't receive the same benefit as the other parcels in the district.
Okay. All right. And then what if at some point later on in the future, if we move forward today, what are some options? Like if the businesses within this district decided that they did want to include those common areas, is there a path for that?
Yes, absolutely. So one option is that the Owners Association can formally request to the county to modify the management district plan. And so if the district was created today, the Owners Association would formally be created. They have to go through a 501c6 process with the IRS, and that'll take about sometime in December. So the Owners Association is formed in December. Let's say they make the request in January. The management district plan would have to be updated to reflect however the engineer decides to handle these common areas. A resolution of intention would be adopted by this board. We'd go through the 45-day ballot period and then conduct a public hearing. And so if, let's say in early January, that were to occur, it would, based on that timeline, we'd find ourselves somewhere in May or June for the public hearing.
Okay. But the bottom line is if we took staff's recommendation today, nothing will preclude us from kind of making that, fix later on. Right? Is that
the only
bottom line for me, Dave?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So I read the staff report and appreciate the explanation, but you're still assessing the buildings within those condominium developments, so they are getting assessed. It's just that they're all the ways you get to the buildings, including asphalt and sidewalks, is not, and any landscaping that's in those common areas is not assessed under this current structure for those parcels you've identified. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And let me understand then what the explanation was. The differences was going to be made up how? You said somebody else is going to pay in for them, or what?
Yes. So the management district plan recognizes that non-assessed parcels that within the district and as well as adjacent parcels do get some intrinsic benefit from the district, from the services that they provide. And they've quantified the amount of that benefit as $24,200 a year, give or take, and that those funds would be raised through district events. And some other districts, for instance, have events like a cruising event or a holiday event, and those dollars that they generate are to supplement that shortfall.
I guess, and again, I'm certainly prepared to support the staff recommendation. I know Supervisor Desmond and his staff will work really hard on this, but I guess you can't really separate the adjacent parking lots because you wouldn't. That development would never been approved if you didn't have a parking lot and you didn't have a driveway access off of Fulton or Arden or whatever the street you took it off of. So it's all one. I get it for purposes of how you define the assessments and how this was crafted. But they're not separated, and so those folks that are in those condo buildings are paying an assessment. Suppose they get services that are rendered to the footprint of the building, but somehow they get excluded or they get blended and they get covered by some other cost center that raises the money. And so, it's odd. And again, if I were a commercial center owner, I might be balking at this. Obviously, we've gotten good participation, and we're going to hear the vote here in a minute. But I just, again, going forward, it needs to be recognized, and not just the management district, not just the property owners that are forming this with the county's assistance, but I can't imagine this is solely unique to that area of the county. Maybe it is. I don't recall this ever come up in any other of the P-bids, but where somehow the buildings got isolated from the parking lot areas because there was a common ownership that couldn't be assessed, and yet they're going to get services. And I don't even think it's part of the background. And if you're going to get to the building, if there's something going on in the parking lot that threatens, or there's some trash or whatever, some activity, folks are paying an assessment in large part. They're just not paying it on their common areas, and I don't know how you really can parse that. So, okay.
Excuse me, Supervisor Natoli,
yeah,
Bob Davison, County Engineer. And you have certainly a good point, and given the limitations that you can't today increase an assessment on anybody. The option is to approve this, and also staff can work with the P-bid and present this issue. And we can work with the P-bid in regards to implementing it, because you're right, the common area parking lot, say, is not being assessed, but the building is. So they still get benefits for that. They're paying benefits for that. Cheyenne mentioned the general benefits also, which, also spill over to maybe the common area parking lot. But on top of that, we can work with the Owners Association on how they implement the services, recognizing, that there's a lesser amount being paid because of this common area issue. And then also we'll work with the Owners Association in options in how to fix this, not fix this, how to modify the P-bid. And one way is to bring a modification back, like Cheyenne said. Another is to just catch us on the next renewal, which is 5 years. But we can certainly work with Owners Association, let them know about this issue and go from there.
Yeah, and so the association hasn't been made aware of this. You took a couple weeks from the last time I heard this, so this was all internal review where there was no discussion with the P-bid forces at, certainly Supervisor Desmond's office, but...
There was a lot of internal discussion. The Owners Association doesn't exist yet, so certainly there's proponents, P-bid proponents and such. And I'm not sure if I know we've vetted this with Civitas, economic development staff, and others, but certainly we will. Bring this to the attention of the proponents and then ultimately the Owners Association.
Again, I'm prepared to support this. I would just say that there is somewhat of a fairness issue, I guess, and again, it's not because if anybody intends not to be fair, but, because we did hear from at least one party who was concerned about the way swimming pools and parking lots and other things were being, assessed or determined to be, covered under the assessment calculation, and then you get basically form a condo and you get excluded for that portion that's in the common areas. And there are common areas in apartment complexes, let's face it. I mean, they may be all under one ownership, but they're common to the tenants and renters that are there for their use, and it's held in one property holding, so you can fairly assess it all. So I'll just leave it at that, and I trust it'll get worked out, and Supervisor Desmond, he can take it on along with other major issues in his district. So at any rate, I think it's a good thing, and PBIT's a good thing, and I certainly support it, but it just, it was unique, and I trust it'll get sorted out in the future. So anyway, that's all I have. Anybody else? Don't see any other supervisors punched up. So we have anybody on the phone, Flo?
At this point, hang on 1 second. Let me just make sure. Yeah. No, I'm sorry. I'm in the wrong place. I don't, and I haven't received anything from staff, so no comments.
Okay. All right. Okay, so we do have a staff report before us, and you want to walk us through the procedures. I think we started that, and then we stopped up short the last time around. So.
Yes, so staff recommends that, bear with me for 1 second, please, that the board recognize the exempt status of the project under CEQA, resume the public hearing, consider all written and oral testimony, close the public hearing, direct the clerk to read the results of the single ballot we've received. If there is no majority protest, adopt the two resolutions, the first to establish the district and the second to levy assessments for the upcoming fiscal year.
Okay, the public hearing has remained open, and one last call. We have no one on the phone, no one in chambers, so I will close the public hearing. And we'll go back to the clerk for tabulation of the assessment ballot. Or ballots.
One ballot has been received for the Yard and Arcade PBIT assessment ballot, and they do not approve of the proposed assessment of the parcels identified in this ballot, and that would be property ownership ID 146, and the owner is Perry Randalls. The assessed parcel number is 2860022048000.
Okay, so that's the ballot received today, but you did some ballot tabulation previously?
So at the last hearing, the tabulation was continued to report back at 2 p.m. Of course, we never got there. Well, we did come back at 2 p.m. and then the discussion ensued. But with that, the ballots that were presented at that public hearing up to that time were tabulated. Since then, we did receive one more ballot, and so that's what the clerk just read. And now I think Cheyenne's looking at the numbers to make sure that the numbers that we report are the tabulation that happened last week plus the additional ballot. And with that, I think we should be able to get to that quickly. If not, we can request to continue for a few minutes, depending on what you need, Cheyenne.
Thank you for that, Bob. So since we knew we had received one ballot, we've already prepared scenarios in which if they voted for, against, or if they didn't vote at all. So we are prepared to read into the record.
Okay. Let's read it into the record. We're ready.
The first resolution, Section 2. At the close of the public hearing, the board had received one written protest. Section 3. At the close of the public hearing, the board had received 50 assessment ballots totaling 41.22% of the total assessment to be levied, of which 74.69% was in favor of the assessment and 25.31% was in opposition.
So you're saying the one written protest added up to 25% of the...
No, so the PBID law requires that we report to you written protests that we get, which are letters that were received, and I believe that's probably the letter from the apartment complex owner.
Okay.
In addition, we have to do the ballot tabulation where the ballots were sent to everybody, and with the ballots that were tabulated a few weeks ago and the additional ballot that we added to the tabulation today, Cheyenne just read the results of the tabulation, which was approximately 74% of the ballots received voted yes.
Okay.
And so certainly that allows the board to proceed with the adoption of the resolutions and the formation of the PBID.
Okay. Mr. Desmond?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate staff's work on this, and definitely appreciate your thoughts, Mr. Chair. And I will, my office, we will be working with staff on this to either fix it after formation, assuming it passes today, or make that determination if we should wait till renewal. But with that, if there are no further comments, I would move to approve staff recommendation and establish the district and levy the assessment.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded then to approve the staff recommendation, which includes attached resolution, which would authorize the levy of the assessments and form the district. And if there's nothing further, please vote.
Supervisor, there's a second resolution, or is there just one resolution today?
There's two resolutions.
Right. So just because you cited the one resolution, I just wanted to point out there was a second resolution as well,
Okay.
which citing approving staff recommendations, certainly it covers that resolution as well. So I just wanted to point that out since we were.
Well, no, it's important. Yeah, I thought you were done with staff report, but you weren't. So you were still in the midst of telling us that.
Shine, was there anything that needs to be added to the second resolution?
Yeah, put it on the record, so we've got it on the record.
So the second resolution, the only fill-in is the resolution number from the first resolution. So,
that's fine. Yeah.
So I'll
The
incorporate that
clerk
into
would
my
normally
motion.
take care of that after the hearing. So.
All right, so embodied in the motion, I trust the secretary has it covered as well. That would be the two resolutions, the entirety of the staff recommendation with the authorization to levy the assessments. Okay. All right. Anything further? We got it covered? Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Very good. Thank you, Cheyenne. Thanks, Bob.
thank you for your time.
Item 45 is the Senate Bill 2 Housing Production Streamlining and Acceleration Amendments to the Sacramento County Zoning Code and Countywide Design Guidelines. The environmental document is a negative declaration. Paperwork now.
Good afternoon, Chair Natoli and members of the board. I'm going to go ahead and start today with just a brief recap of July's meeting. So the item that is before you today was funded through an SB2 grant, which is administered by the California Housing and Community Development Agency, HCD. And this amendment package will amend chapters 2, 3, 5, 6, and 7 of the county zoning code. It will repeal and replace chapter 3 of the countywide community design guidelines, and it will also allow staff to make administrative amendments to the county zoning code user guide, the county's website, and various application forms, fact sheets, and other documents to implement the amendment package. At the July hearing, there were two primary issues that your board discussed. The first was related to allowing multifamily projects within the RD5 and the RD7 zone district, and the second had to do with the setbacks for multifamily projects when adjacent to low-density residential zones. And so I'm going to focus today's presentation on the changes to the amendment package that I hope address your board's concerns. So with Chapter 3, the only real change there is in the use table. We no longer list multifamily projects as a allowed use within RD5 and RD7 zones. That amendment will be going forward to the Planning Commission for consideration on August 22nd of this month, and will also include a provision that those projects will require approval of a use permit from the zoning administrator in RD5 and RD7, and if someone wishes to appeal the decision of a zoning administrator on one of those projects, it will be appealed to the Board of Supervisors rather than the BZA Board of Zoning Appeals. In Chapter 5, after a lengthy discussion with your board, we will be keeping the current setbacks listed in our zoning code right now for multifamily projects when they're adjacent to low-density residential zones. We will be allowing for a step-back provision. So currently in our zoning code, we base the setback on the ultimate number of stories of a building. So if a building currently has a component that is 3 stories, but maybe is not covering the entire footprint of stories 1 and 2, we treat that entire structure as 3 stories, and it's subject to the 75-foot setback. With the allowance for step-back provisions, as shown in the graphic on the screen, it will allow buildings that do step back their floors to have the first-story component placed closer to the property line as long as the second and third stories meet the minimum setback requirements for that story. When not requesting a special development permit, a minor special development permit, projects will be allowed to have porches, stoops, architectural features of that nature encroach into the setback zone as allowed for currently in our zoning code. In Chapter 6, we did make modifications to the minor special development permit provisions. For the most part, people can request up to a 25% deviation from a development standard under the minor special development permit. However, for those multifamily projects adjacent to LDR, based on the conversation that we had in July, we are proposing a greater deviation, but down to a minimum setback requirement for those projects, which is for the 1-story component, they can request a setback deviation down to 15 feet from property line. For 2-story, it would be 25 feet, and for the 3rd story, 37 feet. It also allows for stepped back buildings. However, it would not allow for encroachment of porches, stoops, balconies, patios, and similar within that setback area. So for example, you have a 2-story structure at 25 feet. The stoops and porches and balconies couldn't be any closer. They'd have to start at the 25-foot mark and the rest of the building pushed back. We did still provide allowances for eaves, consistent with our current zoning code, which allows for up to 2 feet of encroachment for eaves. And we did also add in a small allotment for decks or flat work as long as it was not above 12 inches above natural grade, and allowances for a patio knee wall to kind of delineate that private space. There'll still be the required landscaping and wall between the multifamily and a low-density project. So this would be just a interior small low wall to delineate an individual apartment unit's personal private space. This slide shows an example of what the setbacks would be if someone just came in and wanted to move forward with their project consistent with the zoning code as proposed. So it would have the 50 foot for the 2nd story and 75 feet for the 3rd story, or with the minor special development permit, they could have a much reduced setback of 15, 25, or 37 feet, depending on the number of stories of the multifamily structure. I'll go ahead and take a brief moment to make sure your board doesn't have any questions so far at this point before I move on to the next section.
Okay, any questions? I see Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you go back to that last slide? Go back to the last slide with the last diagram, where it showed the comparison.
Oh, sure.
Of okay, so the top is the existing standards.
Correct.
And the bottom is the one that they could get with a special development permit, correct?
Correct, okay. A minor special
Or
development
minor.
Mm-hmm.
And then what is the, that's appealed to the zoning administrator? Explain the appeal process for that.
So the way that our zoning code is currently written is that decisions that are made by a zoning administrator or a planning director are appealed to the BZA Board of Zoning Appeals. And so we planned on treating the minor special development permit in the same manner that we currently treat our minor use permits, which those documents are approved administratively by the planning director or his or her designee. So any appeal then would go to the BZA.
Okay, then is that appealable to the Board of Supervisors? I see Todd shaking his head.
No, it's not. That's the final authority on those appeals.
That would be the last stop. Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Are you going to include the examples in the text of the zoning code?
The one that I believe is on this slide is included in Chapter 5 of the zoning code, but I did not have this one included, but
I think it's a good idea.
I don't know that it would be an issue including that graphic. I'm going to defer to County Counsel. June?
It's fine to include it. It's fine.
No, I was going to say, why wouldn't it be either if it's consistent with the text?
It's illustrative.
Yeah.
Draw a picture.
I don't have my law degree, so, you know.
Okay.
So the next section is on design guideline amendments. So in Chapter 4, there is a section that talked about offset windows, but it wasn't clear if that applied to just the project, buildings within the project site, or if it also applied to buildings on adjacent parcels. So we clarified that. It is Section 3.5.2.C4. Has that clarification. We also added in a requirement for stepping back of multi-story family buildings when located within 30 feet of the property line shared with the low-density residential zone. They also have the option, if they don't want to do a stepped-back building, of either doing a more enhanced landscape screening in that area or utilizing clear story or opaque windows. Now, while on the previous slide I mentioned under a minor special development permit, a third-story multifamily building would have a minimum setback of 37 feet, there is the opportunity for a developer to come in and request a greater setback, but that would require a special development permit from the zoning administrator. So in the event that that happens, we wanted to ensure if someone was getting closer to the property line that we were being cognizant of that and then either requiring them to choose one of those three options to ensure privacy between the multifamily and the low-density development.
To be clear then, just back to the question Supervisor Desmond asked earlier, for those that would ask to put multifamily in a RD10 zone, requires that they go to the zoning administrator, but that's appealable to the Board of Supervisors, is that right?
We did not make changes to RD10. We only made changes to the RD5 and the RD7. Currently in our zoning code, we allow for multifamily in the RD10 with a use permit from the zoning administrator. So we did not touch that provision.
Okay. And you dropped RD5 and RD7?
For the action before the board today, and that will be revisited by the Planning Commission later this month.
And you're asking them what?
We're asking them to consider allowing multifamily projects in the RD5 and the RD7 with approval of a use permit from the zoning administrator that is appealable to the Board of Supervisors.
Okay. I think it's very important to retain at the board because I'm not, maybe those will be smooth sledding all the projects going forward, but I'm not so sure about that. So it gives the ability for supervisors to weigh in, and it is still it's retained discretion, right? So the board's not given discretion. I mean, you obviously defer to the ZA initially, but if it's controversial, it can show up at this board with full discretion.
Appealable to the board.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But the discretion is maintained, so it's not a matter of right we're establishing it. This requires, in any case, a notice public hearing to the neighborhood, and then the ZA, and if it's compatible and folks think it's an okay project, then I guess you won't hear about it. But if they don't,
All that is
Correct.
correct, Supervisor Natoli.
okay.
Yeah, previously in the prior package, we did have an allowance for small multifamily projects of 10 or fewer units. That has been removed from the request before the Planning Commission. Now it'll be any multifamily project regardless of the number of units.
Okay.
In RD5 and 7.
Okay. And then the maximum deviation is just that. There's no discretion in the code, so those become the ceiling or the floor, depending how you look at it, I guess, for deviations that would be a minor permit, but would only get to the, should they be appealed, only get to the Planning Commission or the BZA.
Correct. So if they are meeting either the 25% deviation standard or the special setbacks that we've established on this slide here through the SPM, then that would be appealable to the BZA. However, if someone wanted a greater deviation from setback or wanted to deviate from more than 2 development standards, that would automatically bump them up to the zoning administrator for the hearing process. So that would be a more formal hearing process than the minor special development permit. But even at the zoning administrator, it would still be appealable to the BZA.
But in no case they can have more than 50% of the reduction in the setback. It's not provided for. You couldn't ask for it.
You could through a special development permit from the zoning administrator.
Well, okay, so that's fudging it a little bit then, Wendy, because my understanding was, if I read this, and maybe I didn't read that detail into it, that was going to be, you could go up to 50% in reducing the setback. And so basically, that was the, it doesn't, I don't see where you can say from that you could go for 75% reduction in the setback. I mean, where would that be allowed for? You can ask for anything, but if there's no provision for it, as I read this text here, and maybe I misread it.
So the 50%, I believe, was in our discussion regarding the minor special development permit. Yeah. Even in July, if someone wanted to go over what was allowed under the minor special development permit, they could make a request under a use permit to the zoning administrator. So we didn't change that component between July and now. That was previously in the package.
Okay, but my takeaway was, again, I'm not being argumentative here, my takeaway is that we were going to, and in my briefing yesterday, again, maybe I didn't parse it close enough, that the maximum deviation that could be requested and or granted was the 50%. It wasn't that I could ask for an 80% reduction or a 90% reduction. I mean, you would have to provide some justification, but in that case, you could basically, for what at least some of us spoke to at the hearing last month, you could bring that close, and it never gets to the board. It goes to the zoning administrator and could get to the Planning Commission, and that's where you could, for all the pretty pictures, that's just, you're showing the examples, but as I understand it, you could ask for something to be, you could ask for 3 stories right up against the 25-foot line. You could ask for that. I'm not saying people are going to get that, but and you get some stepped approaches here, but I guess that wasn't my understanding. That I thought there was a maximum deviation you could ask for, and that was what you'd be coming through the permit process and keeping it down at a lower level, so you would have the efficiency and timing and so forth. Not that you could come in there and ask for a 95% reduction.
So I can briefly address that, Supervisor Natoli. Todd Smith, Planning Director. So the focus of today's presentation is those modifications that we made in response to the July 13th discussion at the board. And so the minor special development permit that we spoke of in the briefings and today does allow that 50%, up to 50% reduction in those setbacks, which would include noticing to the neighbors and surrounding property owners. What Wendy is saying is the code already provides for a different path through a special development permit for variations greater than that amount, and we have not modified that throughout this SB2 package process.
But the existing zoning code also said that if you were a certain, do we have folks that have come in and got a reduction in the setback? Because I thought it was a hard and fast in the previous code that, you know, you could ask for a special development permit and you could talk about parking and landscaping and some of those things, but that the setbacks were pretty firm. Am I wrong? Or probably, maybe I am.
I can respond to that. So currently, a lot of our multifamily projects do require a special development permit specifically because of the setback standards we have. And so we do often review and have approved multifamily projects that have requested setback deviations, and some of those have gone down, you know, to very small setbacks in certain situations. So that is a process that we have currently allowed for.
Okay.
This package just basically creates a administrative level that only allows you to go so far, and then if you want to go beyond that, then there's the higher level hearing process that you have to go through. So, yes. Does that make sense?
Oh, it makes
I'm sorry
sense.
if that wasn't clear at the last meeting.
It makes sense, but
Yeah.
okay. All right.
Any other questions before I? Okay. So I covered that slide. This slide is basically just to show one of the reasons why we put in the additional provisions in the design guidelines, because we really did want to discourage folks from just doing a 3-story square box up against a property line. We did really want to encourage the step-back design. And the bottom is just an example that I found in our Sacramento area, showing where on the one side is a property line with the backyards of single-family homes, and then there is a 2-story multifamily component, and then it steps back for the third story. So that is what we're hoping to encourage with our modifications to our design guidelines. So lastly, we did prepare an initial study and negative declaration for this project. It was released for public review on February 15th, and then a revised initial study and negative declaration was later reissued on February 25th. To date, we have not received any public comments on the environmental document, and the proposed changes that are before you today do not change the analysis that occurred in that environmental document. So the environmental coordinator did prepare a memo indicating that the initial study and negative declaration is still adequate as provided to your board. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of the project, that your board determines the environmental analysis prepared pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act is adequate and complete, and that you approve the ordinance that is in your package, amending the zoning code chapters 2, 3, 5, 6, and 7, and repealing and replacing chapter 3 of the countywide design guidelines. And this item was before the Planning Commission, and they recommended approval 3-0. And the components discussed in the July meeting will be going back to them later this month. And I'd be happy to answer any other questions you may have.
Okay, any other questions of Ms. Hartman? All right, seeing none. Thanks, Wendy. We don't have anyone signed up to speak on this. Do we have anybody on the phone?
We do not.
All right, bring it back to the board then. It's matters before us.
I'll move approval of staff recommendation.
Okay. Moved and seconded twice to approve staff recommendation. If nothing further, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
See you later this fall with the next revision.
Okay, item 46 is the report back.
Just one second. Todd, maybe this is for Ann, it's kind of related to the topic. We had a whole lot of zoning code amendments and modifications that were to be considered, and I thought there was a plan to get to the board to have some conversation about what was the priority, and I know this stepped in front of a lot of things, and I think a number of us have spoken over time regarding some of those, and the list is pretty long. I don't know how staff decides what's a priority versus, I guess, versus what's not a priority. Could we have an item come before the board where we could actually have a conversation? Because I thought that was promised some months ago, and again, we've yet to see anything even on the advance agenda about that. So, Todd. I don't mean to get off topic, but it is related to zoning code.
Yes, good question,
Yeah.
Supervisor Natoli. Yes, we have had a number of conversations internally about that prioritization discussion. As to this specific item, we were prioritizing it because of the grant deadlines associated with SB2.
Understood, yeah.
And we can certainly work on bringing forward that bigger package to help better define our priorities as it relates to the longer list.
Yeah, because I think there'd been expectations over time that we were going to put it into a package, but the package, I have no idea where the package is, and I think you gave us an update some time ago. It said some projects had 5% work done on them, some had 20%, some were in the works, some were yet to be looked at, and I just think it's important because, again, we're talking over a course of several years. This isn't just something that's happened in the last few months, and I think it would be important for a true-up with board members. Obviously, we recognize the workload. You have a finite amount of staffing and resources to do that with, but I think with you, certainly your work, Todd, I would think it would be good. And so, Anna, if we could have that maybe come to us late summer, early fall, so we could have a good discussion and maybe help, a better understanding about what it is going to get done and when it might get done, because some of the stuff has been on the docket for a long time. So, okay, thanks. Sorry for the interruption. Go ahead.
Sorry. Item 46 is the report back on wellness crisis call center and response team implementation.
Okay, we've got this one. I see Mr. Quist coming to the podium.
Good afternoon, Ryan Quist, Behavioral Health Director. Good afternoon, Chair Natoli and board members. Just giving you an update on progress in our development of our wellness crisis call center and response team. Note from the beginning that we have heard from the public that they would like us to consider a new name for that, and our mental health board is currently helping us with that work. In the meantime, we will continue. I'm going to today refer to it as the Wellness Crisis Program, just to be a little bit more brief. Overall, this project and initiative really contains 3 components. One of them is our 24/7 crisis call center. Another one's our 24/7 mobile response field response team, and then the third is our 24/7 urgent care center. And I'm going to spend most of the time talking about the call center and the mobile field response. So just a brief update on our 24/7 urgent care center is that our contract provider Turning Point has continued to work towards having that open. They've been having significant workforce challenges, but are overcoming those challenges. We're hoping that it's going to go 24/7 here this month, and we'll certainly have some communication going out on that when that goes into effect. So overall, our wellness crisis goals are to provide a non-law enforcement, no wrong door response to mental health crises. We'd like to safely de-escalate and stabilize crises, and then link people to the appropriate services within our existing system of care, as well as other resources within the community that offer the resources that they need in order to be successful in our communities. We also have a goal to prevent repeat crises in emergency department visits. So we're hoping that by establishing relationships with individuals that we'll be able to give them access to strategies that will be able to help avoid future crises as well. So first component is our call center. Again, it's intended to be 24/7, where we're going to receive calls from community members or whoever needs to call. If maybe it's a family member or other community members that want to help support somebody, that they'll be able to call. The individuals on the phone are intended to be able to de-escalate, stabilize, triage, link them to, if they're already being served by one of our providers, link them to those providers, or if they need to be linked to new service providers, do that linking. And this will be staffed by clinicians, and this one, actually, that's a typo. This one's mostly staffed with clinicians. For our mobile crisis response teams, this is also going to be 24/7. The idea is to actually be mobilized out to wherever it is that dispatched is the word I was looking for, out to wherever an individual may need their services. So the call center's intention is to de-escalate whenever necessary and only dispatch out the crisis response teams when necessary, when that's what's needed. And then they'll hope to de-escalate that situation, create safety plans, linked to services, and this program is primarily staffed by clinicians and peers. So we add in the peer component for this part of our team. We have been closely monitoring the implementation of the phone number 988. 988 was established at a federal level, and at the federal level, they linked the 988 phone line to suicide prevention lines. So that went live July 16th. Another typo, I'm sorry. That went live July 16th. And so here in Sacramento County, that is WellSpace Health, and that operates our suicide prevention lifeline with some funding support from Sac County Behavioral Health. We've been meeting weekly with WellSpace as they've been ramping up towards their implementation of the 988 phone line in order to begin talking about how we're going to collaborate going forward and be as seamless as possible in terms of our collaboration with the suicide prevention line. To a large extent, they're going to continue to do their suicide prevention stuff, and then what they'll do is when we have our call center up 24/7, they would hand off the appropriate calls once they've taken care of the suicide prevention part of it and need to link with services or need to have some sort of clinical de-escalation. They'll hand it off to our call center.
Okay. Yeah, Richard, go ahead.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Ryan, for being here with this update. This is, very exciting to hear from you and hear some of your progress. So that coordination with 988, will there also be a separate, 7-digit line then established for if anyone were to call? Okay. So it could happen a couple ways. Someone could call that direct 7-digit number, or 988 if it's not an immediate suicide type situation.
You got it.
They would transfer them over, hand them over to one of our clinicians to connect them with services they need. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thanks. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ryan, I want to make sure I understand what you've presented thus far and the balance of your presentation in the right way. I had a chance about 9 months ago to spend a half day with Under Sheriff Barnes doing a ride-along, and one of the responses that we met a deputy and a clinician at was an apartment complex in the north part of the county, outside of my district. And so I got to see for myself how the clinician, separate from the deputy, was actually the first individual, first county employee to make contact with the constituent that was at some level of distress. So I want to understand this correctly. So will this model completely replace that partnership between the Sac Sheriff's Department and clinicians that I know are out on patrol service with them? And if so, are we taking those clinicians that have had that working relationship with the Sheriff's Department and putting them into this role?
Thank you for that question. So the program that you're describing is what we call our mobile crisis support team. This is the ride-along model with the law enforcement and clinician going out together.
Right.
We are not touching that. That's been around for a number of years. We have heard from our law enforcement partners that they see a great value in that, and so we want to continue with that collaboration and see a lot of opportunity to continue. It's a different type of response.
Sure.
And so we're adding this on as an additional response.
That's good to hear. That was the response I was hoping to take away from the question, because I did see not just the resolution of that particular issue that particular afternoon, but I actually had a chance afterwards to speak with the clinician about the working relationship between herself and the deputy, and they're kind of a daily team that work together. And it seemed, judging at least from that one, incident response, that it seemed to be a much more sensitive and productive way to respond to someone in distress. And so my takeaway was it seems to be working well, and I was hopeful that you weren't going to say, yeah, we're blowing that model up and we're going to replace it entirely with what we've been talking about for months now. So that's good to know. Is there going to be any kind of formalized working relationship between the two models?
That's something that we are going to very actively working on now, is figuring out. We have actually a number of different responses. We have our community support teams, our mobile crisis support teams, now our encampment teams. I'm sure there's something I'm forgetting. The Source, which is for youth. We have a number of resources that all do, it's not the same work, because they're each different in their own niche in terms of what needs they're meeting, but they do touch each other. And so those are the types of conversations we're having around how do we make sure that we take advantage of all these resources within the community and make sure that the right people are getting the right help from the right program whenever they need it.
Got it. Thank you.
I'm sure it's going to be evolving. We're going to figure that out a lot as we continue to implement this.
Very good. Thank you.
The one last thing I'll say on 988 is we are still waiting on state legislation on this topic, and so we will continue to monitor that and see where that lands. There are different conversations around how the state imagines it being implemented here in the state of California and how that's going to shape the relationship between the suicide prevention lines and county behavioral health across the state. So we've done a lot, but we still have a lot more to do. So some of the things that we've been working on, we've had a number of community stakeholder forums, which I think quite aware of. We developed our job descriptions and some recruitment flyers. We sent those everywhere we possibly could. Got a lot of legs on that. We've gone to a number of different events where people were at and got a lot of great response. Mental health board bylaws were revised in order to include the Wellness Crisis Advisory Subcommittee. We had to figure out where we were going to put this team, and so we did a great deal of analysis regarding what our office space options might be and landed on what those were, and we're currently hoping to finish up the configuration of office space in order to fully support this team. Working with our law enforcement partners, we did a deep dive into data regarding their call data and looked at what the patterns were regarding call volume in order to help advise our staffing patterns regarding the wellness crisis teams. We have our management structure identified, and we've done a pretty good job of getting it hired, and then there's a lot going on in behavioral health workforce right now where even once we get somebody hired, they get tempted by other options as well. So it's an ongoing challenge. And then just wanted to let you know that we did apply for and receive funding for 3 additional response teams with the state ARPA funds. So that's also going to be their one-time funds. But that's still something else that we've been able to augment the team with. The one main thing I'll say here is our biggest challenge has been recruitment. We did, as a part of our union negotiation process, did a salary survey, and found that our clinicians were, in comparison with our other comparable counties, were 10% below the median. So as part of the union negotiations that just completed, we were able to get them a 16% raise, as well as the wellness crisis response teams will have a 10% differential. And that's brand new, so now we're trying to get the word out about that. We're going to have a hiring fair coming up the beginning of September. We've almost settled on dates, or I'd say them right now. As soon as I have those dates, I will get them to you so that you can help get the word out to your circles in terms of the opportunities to be able to join this really exciting team.
How many positions are now with the 3 additional teams? How many positions will you have available?
I want to say 52.
Okay.
It's in that ballpark.
And that includes the dispatchers, or that's separate? So it's your dispatchers and your teams in the field and clinicians?
Yes.
And have you filled any of those positions yet, or
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
We have our managers identified. We have some program coordinators, which are the supervisors, identified. And I was meeting, so thank you for reminding me. Our very first team of a clinician and a peer will be starting on Monday. So that's only one team. That does not make the 24/7 possible yet. But we have our first team starting, and we'll start doing on-the-job training. Want to help introduce them to the programs I just mentioned. I won't do the list again, but also introduce them to, for example, the city's Department of Community Response and the work that they're doing. So really get a on-the-job feel for what's already happening out there in the community, and get to know the teams that they'll be collaborating with.
That's great. Thanks.
Right now we're working on, now that we have some staff on board, we are going to re-engage with our law enforcement partners and work on fine-tuning our response protocols regarding which calls are going to be appropriate for behavioral health to respond to versus not. And we're going to also be developing a marketing strategy to help get the word out, both to community members regarding, as well as our service providing and community-based organizations, as well as our law enforcement and fire response partners, so that everybody has an idea about what it is that we're doing. We're going to be have a lot of recruiting to do, have a lot of onboarding and training to do, and we have almost finished implementation of our software that will be helpful for the call center in terms of being able to keep track of which calls are coming in, as well as monitoring who they've been dispatched to. And we're hoping as we start, now that we have this more competitive pay that we're able to offer, that we're hoping that we're going to be able to staff up this and really go full force this fall. And that is, I believe, my update. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Desmond.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again, Ryan, and appreciate Supervisor Cerna's comments as well. It's funny. I think back to when we first were discussing this last year, and I think Supervisor Kennedy's profound words that we need to work with law enforcement to figure out the best way to pull law enforcement out when they're not needed. So it's really great to hear the conversations you're having, the coordination, because it's obviously that's how we make it most successful, certainly. And I think there was, when we first were talking about this last year, I think let's just call it maybe miscommunication, that we weren't going to be implementing this countywide, like for instance in the city of Sacramento, but just clarify that this will be countywide. Is that accurate?
Countywide.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I imagine that coordination will be different depending on how different cities do their own thing within their city. Something, we went to Be Well, and I know several of the members up here have done that, and it occurs to me, the mobile component of the Be Well model is a little bit analogous to this, and I a little bit, not entirely, but I think, and we had a little bit of a discussion about this during my briefing yesterday, but I understand obviously the privacy concerns, and they're extremely important, but there is an important marketing element to this whole thing to make sure both the public knows, the service providers, like you said, law enforcement and fire, everybody. We want this to almost become a household name, right? So, just, I don't know, any thoughts on that, and, any comments on it?
It's going to take a lot of work in order to market. So it's going to have to be multi-strategy, probably be working with our PIO regarding how we get it out into the news in general, but also getting it out to the grassroots organizations that already have existing relationships with our community members, especially with our diverse community members, so that they're aware of what this is and what this isn't, as well as how to access it. And I think we'll be working with all of our existing service providers, as well as reaching out to all sorts of organizations to help get that word out.
Okay, thank you. It also, it's funny, you think about these, again, household names, whether it's Be Well or Haven for Hope. I mean, I know we have no wrong door, this philosophy, but sometimes we have too many doors where it gets kind of confusing. So I think about that a lot. You want to keep it simple too, obviously, for folks so they know, who to call. That number's on the, on their phone. So, okay, thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. Making some progress here, hopefully, with the additional carrots as far as compensation that will attract some candidates to come join the team. So
That's right.
very
Thank
good.
you.
All right. Don't have anything further on this. Do we have any speakers?
No, we do not have any public calls.
Okay. All right. That's a update, receive and file. So I think it's going to take us down just about to the end of the agenda here. We have some appointments.
Yeah, let's go to item 47, and we'll take care of that. So for today, Sacramento County Youth Commission, you're continuing to August 23rd, continuing to September the 27th, the Assessment Appeals Board, Civil Service Commission, Disability Advisory Commission, and the Human Services Coordinating Council. And for your matters today, we have the Adult and Aging Commission.
Okay. Just let me get to just 1 second here. Okay, for the Adult and Aging Commission, the Chief of Staff recommended nominating Laurel Sagan and continue the remainder to September 27th.
Area for Agency on Aging Advisory Council.
Recommended to continue to August the 23rd.
Delta Citizens Municipal Advisory Council.
Likewise, continue to August 23rd.
Developmental Disabilities Planning and Advisory Council.
Continue to August 23rd, please.
And yes, you're welcome. Equal Employment Opportunity Advisory Committee.
Recommended to nominate Michael Vargas and continue the remainder to September 27th.
Public Health Advisory Board.
Recommended to nominate George Meyer and continue the remainder to September 27th.
Okay. Sacramento County Treasury Oversight Committee.
D2. Patrick.
Thank you, Chair. I actually have a question on that one. Is there a residency requirement for that?
I don't, hang on 1 second. Let me see if I have it here. Can I come back to you? Let me see if
You don't have
Darrell
to.
can email me really quick.
We can continue it to August 23rd and get time to have
Okay.
that answered. But if you could get that answer to me, then I can make sure that the current applicant who recently moved out of District 2 gets his application in.
Okay, yeah, they're checking right now. Maybe they'll get that before we finish. Okay. Sacramento Environmental Commission.
Recommended continue to September 13th.
All right. Okay, so Darrell's working on that. We might get the answer by the time you're finished.
Okay.
That's it.
Flo, if I could just ask, I know that we placed a nomination, a candidate for the Retirement System Board, and there's been a change, I guess, in that. And so how will that reappear? Because there was another candidate, so how will that reappear on our agenda?
I'll work with Darrell. I'm not sure just yet if it'll be on the next meeting or not, but I'm sure that Darrell will work with the chiefs, and then we'll
Bring
go
it
from
back.
there. Because
Bring it back.
I'm not sure if the advertisement needs to be reopened and so forth.
Okay.
See, that one was running, the advertisement was running until the application, the seats were filled. I don't think there was a cutoff period for that one, if I recall. So
Okay.
that's why they probably need to reopen that.
Okay. Well, they had another candidate they interviewed.
Okay.
There actually was another candidate, so. Okay. Very good. All right. Yeah, that covers the appointments then. We'll go to, I know we have an adjournment here in a moment, but we'll go to county executive comments. Ann?
No comments this evening, thank you.
Okay. Board members, any announcements, comments? Any to my right and left, any to the right? Seeing none. Okay, then we'll bring it back. I did, just before we go to the adjournment, I did have a question on one of the receive and file items. There was a letter from the Mental Health Board dated June the 6th. It was in the... Yes, item 52, yeah. Patrick called out just right. So it had to do with participating in a statewide project. I don't know. Did you have something, an update on that, Patrick?
No, I actually have a question into staff about it. That's why.
Okay. Yeah. So again, I don't know. Again, we see the referral. Of course, it's already been 2 months since the letter was dated, but maybe we could be apprised of what if there's a pending response. Siobhan, I don't know if you're familiar with it. It was a letter from the Mental Health Board.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not familiar with it, but I can look into it and get you a response.
Yeah, they had a motion basically asking for participation in the Psychiatric Advanced Directives Multi-County Collaborative Innovation Projects. That's what it was regarding. It was sent to us on the 6th of June.
Oh, I do recall, and I did send that back to Dr. Quist, and actually we didn't see any problem with them participating in that.
Okay, so maybe you can make a loop.
Absolutely.
Go back in on.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Thanks. Okay, with that then we'll go to Mr. Desmond, who has an adjournment.
Actually, Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Patrick, go ahead.
I got the answer that I needed, so if I could make an appointment.
Oh, you did? Okay, good. Yeah, I'll get back to the appointments
Okay,
for
then
the advisory board.
I'd like to nominate the incumbent Chris Parker and waive the process.
Second.
Okay, so it's moved and second. This is for the Sacramento County Treasury Oversight Committee, District 2. Nominated and seconded Chris Parker, and to waive the process and do the appointment today. All right. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Very good. Thank you. Good job. Okay. All right. I think that's got it all. So now to you, Supervisor Desmond.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to adjourn in memory today of Betsy Collins. First, I'd like to thank my friend Kathy Strickland for bringing this to my attention about Betsy and her contributions to Sacramento County. Betsy Collins was an early Arden School District teacher who passed away on June 30th, 2022 at 96 years old. In life, Betsy was an inspiring teacher, classically trained Yale and Juilliard pianist, mom, and a delightful friend. Betsy and her then-husband Bob Neroux came to Arden Arcade in 1952 and settled on 3 acres at 3000 Hurley Way in 1952, where they raised 3 children. The property included a home and a separate garage with a rumpus room that would eventually become a classroom. Betsy and her family loved their country home. I am told that Betsy fondly recalled walking from her home to Town and Country Village for shopping or to see a movie, where she would not see a traffic light between her home and the village until Marconi Avenue. The Arden Arcade community will remember Betsy for her legacy as a teacher. Betsy taught briefly at Del Paso Junior High, but found her passion in teaching children in her community of Arden Arcade. She was hired to teach kindergarten at Cottage Elementary from her home during the years of 1953 to 1955. In those 2 years, Betsy's kindergarten class consisted of learning the basics of a public education along with exposing kids to the classics in music and swimming in the family's pool and even riding their horses. The family even bought a 1930 Pontiac with a rumble seat for the children to play in. When the Thomas Edison School opened in 1955, Betsy was hired by the San Juan Unified School District, where she taught up until her retirement in 1976. She even taught alongside Effie Yaw, who she remembered as keeping lots of critters in her classroom. Betsy and Bob opened their Hurley Way swimming pool to the neighborhood children, where Bob was in charge of swimming lessons. He thoroughly enjoyed this, and he went on to open the Glen Oaks Swimming and Tennis Club on Paradise Drive in Carmichael. In 1965, Betsy married Dave Collins, and they were happily married until Dave's death in 1988. Until her retirement in 1976, Betsy was affectionately known by all her students and the community as Mrs. Collins. Following Betsy's retirement from education, she found her way to Paris, where she made many friends and even had the chance to entertain fellow musicians and teach piano to students of all ages. The death of Betsy is an extraordinary loss to her family, friends, students, and our community. Our hearts go out to her family as they cope with this loss. Betsy will forever live on in the lives of so many that she touched throughout her many years of teaching. And with that, I ask that we adjourn in Betsy Collins' memory today.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for sharing a bit about the life of Betsy Collins. Obviously contributed much during her lifetime to this community and to the fabric of her students and all those who came to know and love her. So with that, this board will adjourn in memory of Betsy Collins with our condolences to her family and friends. And we'll be back here in these chambers tomorrow at 2 o'clock.